at your door every week. And I saw you in my fortune cookie. What a great gift, like a basket of goodies. But you were cold as an ice sea. And I got a little bit of a brain freeze. I can speak your language. If you just let me in. I don't need a dating app, 'cause I got a candy crush on you. But you broke me like a Kit Kat. Let my heart not fell, running in the trash. Now I'm scrolling and paroling through your Instagram feed. No, I'm not trolling, but you're all I wanna see. Insanity approaching. Man, I'm drinking Tennessee like a Coca-Cola. Are we? I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. Every day I'm thinking about you, muffin. When I wake up, I'm thinking about you, muffin. You know our love was 10 times sweeter than candy, 10 times sweeter than cake. Thinking about you.
Alright. He's an angel, like a food cake. Got a halo and I'm looking like a double take. Stream with me, I'ma be a e-boy. We go my diamonds, hey, I know I'm a bad boy.
I've been looking in a jar full of jelly beans. Fly me to the moon pie up in Tennessee. Maybe I'll find you, yeah, we were meant to be. With the ring pop, I'll get down on one knee. Marry me.
Willy Wonka, Willy Wonka, I'ma be your chocolatier. Oompa Loompa, Doopa-Dee-Doo, you're the one I need, so have no fear. Can I call you my baby, my time, the one of my dreams? Let me kiss you like ashes. I'm gonna keep the doctor away, 'cause you're my apple every day. And every day I'm thinking.
Hello, chat. Hello. Good morning. All right, chat. Here is the to-do list. Okay, we're gonna hop on the Realm for a little bit. Hold on. Euro beat. There we go. All right, chat. Let me explain the to-do list today. Okay. First off, I got something cool to show you. Earlier today, I basically went and I leveled up my prestige. You guys are gonna love this. Oh, by the way, just food for thought, there are these crystal things, and look at that, they're around my cathedral, which is very upsetting. Is gonna interfere with my construction plans. There's another one over there. They look good. I'm gonna be 100% honest, chat. Crying obsidian does not look good. With almost any block. So maybe they look good, maybe not. Alright, chat. On our to-do list, we are currently sitting at 106, chat. But guess what? I'm in a prestige smithing. Lucy? No. We talked about this. Thank you. Alright, chat. Sorry about that. I'm back. Oh yeah, what was I saying? So, chat. I got something cool to show you. Okay, we are about to go prestige something. Now I saved this. I almost did this off screen. But then I was like, nah. You guys want to see the... You guys love seeing the levels just go like up. Also, Zora, is it working? Looks like someone's doing an Empire Part 2. Hey, chat, don't necessarily mind. I actually, well, wait, not mine, Zora. I love, chat, that we were able to inspire. I mean, I'm not gonna say 100% that we inspired every single infection arc, right? But I like that. I feel like we probably had an impact on it in some regard, you know? You know that phrase, shoulders of giants, chat? We all stand on the shoulders of giants. You know what I'm talking about? It's like I was inspired, and now my project, the Eggpire arc, I probably inspired others. Who knows? Who can say for sure what inspired what? But alright, you guys ready, chat? Here we go. Also, let me take this. Boop. Because we are going to cook this up. There we go. And I wish we could smelt this. Alright, chat. Here we go. Are you ready? Check this out. So, Valtop smithing. Pay attention, chat. We are prestiged Valtop smithing 5. And I'm going to do this. Where is it? Where's the first one? Greatly increases the quality. So we gotta stop at 20, it looks like. Alright, here we go. Ready, chat? Oh, snap! Oh, Snapchat! So exciting. So fun. Alright, I love it. Alright, let's see. Greatly buffs the quality of your stone and chainmail items. Unlocks diamond equipment. We can't do that till 40. Greatly buffs the quality of your diamond equipment. Okay, I'm trying to remember if there's anything like to not get here. Let's do this. Do this. All the way to 40, chat. Whoa. Oh, dang it. Whoopsie. Alright, we'll just put all this away now. Only that's not fun, chat. We'll also convert this back into gold later. Isn't that awesome, chat? That is so exciting. I love that. Alright, let's grab some more gold. Should we do another batch? I don't know if we can do, what's it called yet? Let's do another batch, chat. I know, isn't that so satisfying? Did we hit 40? We didn't. Okay, so let's go ahead and we will hit 40. Wait for it. Oh, wait for it. 108, chat. Let's go. We did it. And now, chat, we go into smithing. Boop. Unlock diamond equipment. Okay. Let's go ahead and put this away. It's interesting how we are only making great, even though I'm pretty sure we like cooked as far as like the other stuff was. Like we're only making great. So we're only going to be on here for like 30 minutes max, just for the record. I'm not planning on hanging out on the Realm a huge amount of time today. But yeah, chat, there is an infection of some kind going on the Realm, which we had nothing to do with, by the way. I just wanted to offer some clarification because some people were asking. We obviously had nothing to do with it, because why would we? We've just been hanging out. Am I right, chat? Anyway, food for thought. Alright, here we go. Boop. Oh my gosh. Holy fudge. Look at this. Level 50. Level 50, just like that. Okay, we can't do it. Greatly buffs the quality of your bows and crossbows. I don't think I need any of these. I think I just need Crystal Smith next. Soup. Soup. But I can't do that till level 60. So let's get to cooking. Thought it was 60. Maybe it wasn't. Hold on. Let's check. Yep, 60. Okay. Oh, chat. This is awesome. How good is the stuff we're making? Dang, chat. We're only making great stuff. Are we gonna get to 109? Chat, we might get to 109. Hold on. I'm watching. Dang. That's it. We're not at 109 yet. Ah. That's the way the muffin crumbles, chat. There. Is Bad past Clown yet? I think. Where was Clown? Do you guys know? Valtop Power. We're number 1, chat! Chat, we're officially number 1. We're number 1. We flipping did it. We flipping did it, chat. We flipping did it. Let's go. We're literally number 1. And there goes Foolish. He heard us celebrating and he said, nah. He said, better not. Alright. Chat, I gotta get to 109. We've gotta get there. I'm just gonna feel so satisfied if we can get to 109. Are you ready, chat? Oh yeah, we should pick all these up. I don't really want to lose them. Boop. Oh yeah, I figured out I could shift like stuff into the crafting table. That's kind of cool. There we go. Boop. 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 And boop, boop, boop. There we go. And there we go. All right, let's flip and go, chat. This is awesome. We are officially, chat, back at number 1. And not only are we officially at number 1, I think we're basically putting the distance between us and pretty much everybody else. Alright, look out, Quada. I'm currently, can't you see I'm cooking? And 60. Now we gotta buff this. Boom! Greatly buffs the quality of your diamond gear. Let's see what skill it is. Masterful. Are we gonna have to get all the way up to the top to get the benefit of the prestige, chat? I think we might have to. But it doesn't matter because I do think we're right on the verge. Look at it, chat. Look at our power level. Wait for it. Wait a minute. I just remembered something. I've been using this diamond pick. Let's test this. Dope. Maybe it gave us a lot, maybe not, but it didn't seem to work. Maybe because I didn't grind it down all the way. Dang it, chat, we're so flipping close. Hold on. We just have to cook through the rest of this. Or should I go back to using gold? Do I have any diamonds elsewhere? Oh, wait a minute. Let's just... Oh yeah, we use our emergency diamonds. We're not gonna regret that one, will we, chat? Boop. Boop, boop, boop. Okay. And... Chat, we're about to hit it. 109, I can feel it. We're so flipping close. And then you realize once we get back up, like, to the highest levels, we will basically be able to make, like, super prestiged, like, the highest quality stuff. Think about that, chat. Oh, gosh. Just the thought of it is, like, actually insane, chat. This is gonna be so awesome. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Take that. Thank you. There we go. Oh, wait. I got a couple more in here. Alright, this is it. I did a bunch of mining earlier today just because I was like, I'm gonna do it. Get that mining up. Alright, here we go. And... Ready, chat? Here we go. Okay, put that there and that there. 109! We hit it, chat. 109! Let's go! Look at that, chat. Look at that beautiful 109. It's so beautiful. Let's keep going. Think we can get to 1010? I don't know if we can get our smithing that high to push us that number. But we should be able to get to 1010, I think, sometime tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, if we can prestige our smithing all the way up, it might be possible, chat. But we're not going to do that today. I know you guys would go insane if we just sat here. Besides, we're going to need to go and get enchanting up, chat, to do that. I don't have enough diamonds to do, on me to do the other thing. Let's go! Honey, we did it! 109! Val top power. Val top enchanting. Look at that. We still have more enchanting levels to take advantage of, chat. So that's still potentially on the docket. John A got up to 84. I don't even know, chat. I'm going to be honest. Based on the math, I think that the power level cap might be somewhere around 130. I think in reality. I don't think it's possible to get higher than that right now. And that's if you... Actually, no. You could probably get up to like 150 if you prestiged everything. But good flipping luck prestiging like archery twice. You know what I mean? Like this, basically the way I'm doing it. You know what? Let's, while we're sitting here having this chat. Basically, chat, the only realistic way, like all the easy to grind stuff to prestige, like, so I'm working on farming, Valtop farming is like the one I'm working on as well. We're currently sitting at 92. So we're technically halfway there for farming, chat, which is kind of cool. But prestiging our smithing all the way up is going to be our next venture, chat. Quada, you keep getting in the way. This is so rude. I'm here trying to do some important stuff. And it's like you don't even care. It's rather disconcerting. Oh, look at chat, look. It's fabled. It's fabled level. So we're almost to legendary again. Tell me that's not awesome. Oh wait, do I have anything else to put skills into? Hold on. Nope, the next level is 80 and we're sitting at 73. And then there's Durin's Blessing. If we get the Quad move! If we get the prestige all the way up, we'll be able to do so much flipping stuff. I'm so excited. Alright, here we go. Finish this one out, and we are golden. Alright, let's do this. Hold on. There we go. Alright, let's do it. Paste it in. I want to get to like level 80, chat. I'd like to get my stuff like all the way back up, but I don't think we'll get there. Pay attention to our armor, chat, as we level up. Look at it. 3.6, 11.1. 11.1. 3.6. It's all still the same. You notice how it didn't improve at all? Isn't that weird? Like, it literally did not improve at all. Which is kind of weird. So even leveling up our smithing didn't, like, improve our diamond armor at all. That's kind of weird. Did it always do that? Okay, last batch. I'm gonna make one more attempt at it. Here we go. And boop, boop, boop. Read for it, chat. There we go. Come on. There we go. Oh, chat. I don't know about anyone else, but seeing all the recent airplane stuff in the news has been freaking me out. Does not make me envious of the idea of flying. 11.4! It went up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 78. There we go. Okay, that's a good place to stop. So durability is 14. This is like 10 times less, chat. 10 times less. Oh, I'm gonna have to mine so many diamonds, chat. I'm gonna have to mine so many diamonds. Could have sworn I had diamond blocks in here. Did I just take them out? I think I did. How much does an iron chestplate give? Can I make like an amazing iron chestplate now? Should be legendary, right? Yeah. So that's about half, actually. No. It's not really worth converting it. I'm gonna put it back. If I had like just a ton of iron laying around, okay, this might be worth it. Here we go, chat. Let's take a stab at this. It should be worth about half as much. Oh my gosh. It is not worth nearly close to half as much. The value is like so much less. What happened? I feel like iron should be worth more. Apparently not. Can I please tell me I can refund these? Son of a gun. Well, we got a lot of mine carts if we ever need to make TNT. Okay. I'm so excited, chat. Okay, so let me give you the plan for the next few weeks, chat. Let me explain. Smithing, we just finished prestiging twice. I have to get this one all the way up to... Hold on. Wait a minute. Where is it? Crystal Smith. 50 diamond quality. I have to get this one, chat, all the way up to here. Having truly mastered your craft, all your creations from the 50. Oh no, Chip. You picked the worst time to show up. Resets your smithing level back to 0 and reduces experience gain by 17%. In exchange, you gain a permanent 50% bonus. So Chip, if I get this up to say level 80, I should be at the same level I had been, Chip. And then if I prestige it again, I'll be at the top tier, Chip. Isn't that awesome, Chip? What was that? What was that? Huh? Chip! Oh, I'm muted. Hi, Chip. Chip, it was the Assassin's perk. That's what I was missing to do the bleeding damage. I couldn't figure out what was causing that. Let's go. Okay. Boom. Fascinating. Yes. Chip! Look at the tab list, chat. Or Chip. I'm 109, Chip. 109, Chip. Yes. No, you should celebrate, Chip. Celebrate. And if I prestige farming again, Chip, I'm pretty sure I can get up to like 113, probably. Yep. No, Chip, it's doable. It's doable. Maybe not 113. Probably at least 112. Be happy for me, Chip. Okay, Chip. I have, let me check the time, at most 15 minutes before I told everybody, I promised them I was gonna go play some of their games. And then I might play Deltarune. So I'll let you prioritize. What do you want to do, Chip? You can prioritize. We can do whatever. Let's play 20 questions with it. Do you want to go visit someone? Okay. Do you want to go visit Sneak? Sausage? Sausage! You want to go say hi to Sausage. Come on. Boop. Alright, but if you take a level from me, our vacate... Don't you hate it! That was my warning! Whatever, you can have that one. Okay. Son of a gun. Come on, Chip. We're gonna go say hi to Sausage. Come on, once you're ready. I'll be in the nether. Hold on. We gotta do something about this. There we go. I have to, Chip. They'll reveal the portal. Come on. They literally have to die. Come on, Chip. Oh. There we go. Maybe we should shoot Sausage with an arrow from a distance. Yeah, I know they're cute, chat, but they fly through and they can reveal the portal. So we literally have no choice. Alright. Let's see if we can find Sausage. Chip should be able to catch up. My guess is he's probably over here. Saw him earlier. Chat, these stupid crystal things. One of them appeared Maybe Chip knows where. Chip, do you know where Sausage went? Okay. See these crystal things, Chip? They're in front of my cathedral. They're ruining the aesthetic. Ow. Let's go this way. Come on. What's up, Chip? 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 Chip. Oh, there you are. Come on, Chip. Let's head over here. I'm just gonna check all... Oh, that's... Was that behind me? That is new. Huh. There's bacon. There's a beacon right there. That's kind of fancy. Yeah, we read the newspaper chat. It was pretty funny. Well, look at that. They're finally adding the yellow to that tower.
Okay, the lightning strikes are safe. There's a lightning rod here. Let's just do this part. Let's just do this part so just you can see. Hi!
Hi!
You scared the Jesus out of me. There's crazy stuff happening around here.
There
oh my god, the
is?
thunder, the lightning. Yes.
Oh no.
Thunder,
Are you afraid of lightning?
No, but you know what? If I get struck by it, it will jump scare me. You know?
Yeah. If you get struck by it, it'll kill you.
You think it'll kill me? I have protection 4.
Oh no, instant one shot.
No, don't. No, I have 1-shot protection.
No, it bypasses it.
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, it does. It got me the other day.
Oh, hi, Chip. Oh, no, say it ain't so. I don't want to die. I haven't died yet. I haven't died not one time.
Oh, no, that's unfortunate.
No, that is very fortunate. I do not want to perish.
No, I feel like death is something everybody should experience at least once, you know?
Oh, maybe. Well, the thing is, I'm probably going to end up dying if we don't do that kill anyway, so I'll lose that life, I guess.
Do you want help doing the kill?
Oh, yeah, if you want to help, you know, we could definitely use it.
Okay, what if I kill a couple people and then you can just take credit for it?
Oh, I'll do it. Yeah, I can say like you're like a hired hitman or something for the Red faction.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you'll just owe me basically everything.
Well, yeah. I'll definitely. You can make like make a list of things you like, and I can make it like a bouquet of all your favorite things,
Oh, okay. Awesome.
Yeah,
so,
but you know what? It could change, in an instant though, because I applied for a new position.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I applied for yellow team jester.
Oh,
replacement. Yep.
Oh, I got bad news.
Yeah. What happened? You heard something?
That position's already been filled. I'm sorry.
Hey, no way! I just talked to Foolish. I was the number 1 on the list.
Literally, I just spoke to him probably after you. I guess they filled it.
No, he literally left in front of me.
No,
he literally said, "I'll be right back. I'll see you tomorrow. You're doing great in the candidateship, of being the replacement." Yellow, yeah.
Oh, I think I know why you said that too.
Why?
So here's the problem. They already had somebody basically lined up, but they're trying to make it look like it's not like preferential treatment.
No.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah.
The gods have forsaken me.
No, I know. I apologize for breaking the news to you. I mean,
sorry.
Sorry. Can you do me a solid though? Like, don't let Foolish know that I told you. Like, he'd be really upset.
Oh. Okay. I won't say nothing. I'll cry in front of me. He'll ask me why I'm crying, so I'll just say
it's okay.
I'm moody today.
Yeah, just tell him. I mean, I guess you tell him you found out that like the position.
Okay, I can say I found out. I just you know what I can say? It was in the newspaper. It was in the newspaper.
Don't tell him who.
Okay, I won't say it was you. Okay.
Can you believe it? Tubbo's gonna be the new jester.
It's Tubbo.
Yeah.
What does he even want to leave for? He has a perfectly nice, cushy position as a tavern keep in the Teal Titans. What does he need to switch for?
Oh, apparently, I think he like bribed somebody for the position.
He bribed someone to get in?
Yeah, he paid like mountains of diamonds. Like, it was crazy amount.
I don't even have a diamond left. I use it all for smithing.
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
But I did have a lot of things I could have given, though, because I did provide, potentially the deed to all the land that I created. And that's worth more than just a little tavern in diamonds, I believe.
Yeah, but Tubbo also had something else to trade.
What?
Admin abuse.
Jesus Christ! I can't beat this!
Yeah.
I can't beat that!
You know what? A thought just crossed my mind, Sausage. Foolish did mention, I heard them like having a little chat. Foolish did mention that if Tubbo dies again, that it would remove him from the running because he can't it would show that he's like,
he can't. Yeah, he's dying too much. Yeah,
exactly. He's already been reset twice, and apparently, if he gets reset again, that's apparently it.
That's embarrassing. Yeah, I wouldn't want to show my face.
Hey, you know what? You could secure your spot if you. Well, that's what I'm saying. If something happened to Tubbo, then
I could take over.
Yeah, you'd be a shoo-in for Jester.
I'll be in for sure. There's no one else that could beat me.
No, exactly. Oh, but if if Tubbo knows that you know that he would figure that out immediately that you're trying to kill him.
He'll sniff it out. Okay. Well, I know of a trap that's waiting right now to use. Yeah, I know of a trap.
You just gotta spring it on him.
I gotta spring it. I'm gonna get him. I'm gonna take him out. Okay.
You've got
He'll probably come nice and early tomorrow. You know what? I'll set the trap. I'll make sure that I won't be conspicuous about it, and I'll let him have it.
Yeah, let him have it. Then you can be the Jester.
Yes. Oh, you know what? That could be a 2-for-1 special. I can do one good deed for Red before I go. I can save him all by killing him creatively, and then I jump ship.
Yes. No, that's perfect. What a great idea.
God, this is a great idea. Thank you so much, Bad, for this. Thank you so much.
No problem. No problem. Anything for a friend.
This. Oh, that's so nice. You know what? Thank you. Oh, I haven't killed anyone yet. And Tubbo being the first one, I'm sure he'll be all right with it. You know, he'll be fine. He won't admin abuse me.
No, exactly. He dies all the time, so it's not like it's new to him. He won't care.
It's just another day. Yeah, he's died so many times. Has he died by a person, or has it been always himself?
Oh, a lot of it has been traps, so...
Oh, he did get a trap. Okay.
He walks into them on purpose, so, honestly... I think everybody's killed Tubbo at this point.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. You know what? I got a nice little neat trick. You know what? I'm gonna show him my pipes. You know, I'm gonna show him my singing ability. I'm gonna tell him to meet me in a certain spot, and I'll be like. And then ba.
Yeah. And then
he falls down to his death.
Yes. And then you'll be the Jester. Oh, it's perfect.
Woo!
I think you'd be a way better Jester too. So.
Oh yeah, trust me. You know, I could do so much. You know, I can sing, I could dance. You know, I can do all kinds of crazy stuff. You know, I'll do whatever it takes. You know, I told Foolish, I'll do anything. Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it.
No, you got it. I believe in you.
Yeah, I told him, if you want, you could put a saddle on me. You could ride me from town to town, whatever you want. If that's what you like, you get it.
I can see why that would be a selling point to Foolish.
Yep. Yeah, I told him I could do all kinds of stuff. If he wants, you know, I can even juggle for him like a court jester would. You know.
Oh yeah.
I'll blow little whistles. You know, I'll sing songs. You know, whatever he wants. Yep. Oh, I kind of told him about the day we were talking the other day. Remember, and I told him that you wanted to eat his feet.
Oh yeah, no, I mean I feel like. What did he think about that?
You know what? He was actually like, you know what? He would want to eat my feet. That's what he said.
I mean, who wouldn't? He keeps them like well wrapped up, so they're basically super they're super I don't know, tender, I guess, probably.
Tender, yeah. You know, and he moisturizes and stuff. He does. He has a good foot game, as they say.
Yeah. No, I bet he does.
Yeah, and then I told him, you know what? If anything, if we were like trapped in a snowstorm, we just crash landed. You would go for the feet, and then I would go for the booty. I'll go for the main course, but then we all share it at the end.
That's totally. I feel like we should do that. If
Yeah,
we're ever
he was all
trapped in
for
a
it.
snowstorm.
He was all for it. It's like, you know what? I would gladly sacrifice myself. You can have the booty, you can have the feet.
Oh.
Just leave everything else because he still wants to live.
Oh, you know what? You got to be careful. I did hear that a deer took a bite out of his booty, as it were.
Yeah. He got hit. Oh, while he was away in his kingly retreat. Oh,
yeah,
no.
yeah. I heard he took a little munch. So maybe the deer might have dibs on that already.
Oh, they I guess they know stuff. They knew what we know. The wildlife out there in the real world.
Yeah.
There's an eyeball looking at us right now, right?
Oh, really? Oh, look at that.
Oh,
it's kind of.
It's gone. He's so cute. I love them. They're so sweet.
They are. They're kind of silly.
Yeah, I like the goofy. They don't do nothing bad. I know people are afraid of them. I like the eyeball. I start chanting just for them, just so they know that I'm no one to fear, and they can not sacrifice me first. If anything, get me last. While everyone else is dead, they can get me if they want.
So that's very thoughtful. I'm sure they appreciate it. What are you looking at, Chip?
They should. Oh, it's my brewery. I'm doing a little brewery here. This is my little keg.
No. Chip
has been sipping on.
Chip! No!
Chip has been drinking this whole time. Listen,
for like 10 minutes, Chip.
Not the whole thing. Not the whole thing. There's gallons in there. Gallons and gallons.
Chip, why?
Oh no.
Chip, why?
Chip is drunk right now. Chip is drunk.
Oh no, Chip.
Oh no.
All right, no driving. No driving anymore.
No driving. Pick up Chip. Pick him up. Oh no.
Here.
Oh no, you should drive on Chip. Yeah, get on Chip's saddle and see what kind
Chip.
of crazy ride you can get in.
Saddle up, Chip. Saddle up.
We'll do the opposite. It's drink and drive time.
All
Kids
right,
don't do this at home.
Well, you want to go to spawn? I'm probably gonna head there. Apparently, sun's going down.
Oh,
Chip,
we gotta see what this
go
is.
to spawn.
Chip, don't go into the water.
So
Don't go into the water, Chip.
LGBT community elders on
Go on, Chip.
Yeah, so we've got to take your rights away
You got
again.
this, Chip.
Sorry.
You got this.
You can
Chip,
reapply
come
in
on,
5
turn
to
on the
7 business
jets.
days.
Chip, it's okay if you crash into a grandma. Just go. Woo! Turn right. Not that far right. There you go. You're doing great, Chip. Go. Choo choo. Go work, Chip. Yeah, see, as long as you don't run anyone over, it's okay to do this, Chip. As long as you're like driving really late at night, no one's on the road. Oh. Straight ahead, I see Ross. Go towards Ross. Veer towards Ross.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry.
Hi. What'd you figure out?
Bad. It's lovely to see you on this fine day.
Hey, yeah. What's going on? I heard there was a hacker sign.
I think
we hacking?
we have to go over here, right? This is spawn.
Oh, is that spawn?
This is spawn.
Go over there, Chip.
Oh, I thought that was spawn. Parkour.
Go on, Chip. You got it. Chip's a little inebriated at the moment.
Oh,
Yeah,
Chip.
he was drinking all my fresh mead.
Yeah.
Oh, Chip. That's so valid of you. Don't even worry.
Yeah, it was my fault.
What?
I left the tap open. It's my
Wait.
fault.
This is so cute. Wait, I want to sit here. Wow.
He's becoming a snail holic.
Oh.
Oh, snail holic? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. Next time, I'll put a child lock on the keg.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
would be good.
honestly, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, I'm so sorry about this.
No,
No,
it's
I'm
fine,
just. It's
fine.
my first brewery. It's my first one.
Wow.
Oh,
There you go, Chip.
Hi, Chip.
I can hear the snail hiccups right now.
Hi, Chip. Chip, do you like the little amethyst? Oh, this reminds me of my
Cookie!
parrot that died.
Oh no, don't remember that guy.
You think you don't want me to remember him?
No, forget about all the pain and sorrow that it caused you. Oh, it's a lot better when you just forget. Yeah. Let it all out. You'll feel
Don't worry,
better.
guys. I have carne obsidian right here.
Bill!
No, don't place anything else down.
Oh, hi, guys.
No. Break it.
Let's go.
What did you find out?
They're in a group.
Oh, gee.
Oop, leave the.
Hello.
Whoa!
There you
No,
go.
we were in a group. I was trying to get your guys' attention. We found a
Hello.
hack. Come on.
Oh,
Ooh.
I forgot what we were doing. Okay. Okay. Check
Yeah,
this
yeah.
out.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
Check this out.
Uh-huh.
Let me just get. Let me get up.
Uppies.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you gonna hit? Yeah.
Oh, what's that?
Is it if you break it fast enough, it disappears?
Yeah, kind of.
Let's check it out.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Hackers,
Okay.
hackers, hackers. You're hacking, you're hacking, you're hacking.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Oh my god, so speedy. Oh my god.
Go, go, go. So fast, so fast, so speedy.
Okay, we're doing it.
There's so much.
Oh my god.
All right, we're at optimal speed right now. So
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
we're-
this is
Record pace, really.
Yeah, I mean we could go
There's a-
faster, but like this is good. This is
Yeah,
good.
if you had
this
like
is
a beacon with haste too, would that even help or not?
good. We have
This is
haste.
we have haste 4.
like 4.
Oh
yeah.
god, oh yeah, forget it. You're good.
4.
4.
Wow.
You're
All
doing
right.
it, you're doing it, you're doing it, you're doing it, you're doing it.
Record pace.
Yeah,
We're a team.
Do you think there's anything underneath this? Like under the dirt?
Oh, I just accidentally went ahead and
Potential, but yeah,
stopped.
we'll show you. Hold on.
I didn't. Damn.
Okay, no.
Okay. What we're gonna do is we're gonna like if we've done it right, we'll stand back, count down from like 3,
Yeah.
and it'll do it.
Luna!
Speed.
Hi!
We got
You made it right on
speed.
time! We're beta testing.
I think we're doing it in time.
You got
Luna,
this?
we're doing it, Luna, we're doing it, we're doing Luna, Jim, Luna, Jim, Luna, Jim.
I believe.
Okay, and then
Okay.
and we wait. We go 3, 2, 1.
What?
Can you do it again?
We
You
get more
just keep doing it.
obsidian. We get more.
You keep doing
more.
it. Welcome to my tutorial.
This is not a hack!
Welcome to our Minecraft
Infinite
tutorial. This is our crying obsidian hack.
Subscribe now, like, and subscribe.
It's our infinite crying obsidian hack.
Oh god!
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks for watching. Subscribe, like, and subscribe.
We're gonna build
Like
an
and
entire.
subscribe.
We're gonna build a whole server with these bad boys.
Please like and subscribe. I want to show my parents I can do YouTube for a living, please. Please, I need 100 likes, otherwise they're going to take the PC, please.
Get 100 likes.
100 likes.
Can we smash the like button, please?
Smash that like
All right, wait.
button.
Pause the music. Pause the music.
I'm speechless.
Yeah,
Pause the music.
This is a good hack.
We haven't done it yet. We have to show them it works. We have to show them this is foolproof.
Yeah,
The
it's
music.
foolproof.
We
do
don't
you
get. We
mean?
don't deserve the music. Well,
So
once
it's gonna
is a
happen again?
coincidence, twice is a pattern.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Optimal speed, optimal speed, optimal speed, optimal speed.
Optimal speed. Optimal speed. That's important.
Optimal speed, optimal speed. Speed, speed, speed.
Phil, we didn't start from the top. We're stupid.
Oh, yeah.
It's
We're
fine, it's
stupid.
fine, it's
We're
fine.
ruining our
ruined.
speed.
Suboptimal, but still.
We're ruining our
okay, it's
speed.
okay,
We're
you
ruining
go
our
first.
speed. I can't
no.
believe this. Phil, we're
Suboptimal.
I
Optimal.
was following block for block.
We're
You
not
messed
we're
this
not
up.
gonna get 100 likes on the video, Phil. I can't believe this.
No, it's fine. This is going to prove that we're not
The
just all
dirt's
talk.
gone, chat.
Yeah, we can edit that part out.
Hey,
Don't
are
even worry about it.
closed captions working, chat? I tried saying
I believe in you.
Okay. And this is the crazy thing, right? So if you stand in the middle, it happens
Okay,
faster.
there,
If you just
okay.
do this, you just go.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh,
3.
is it gonna pop up?
2.
Oh no, no, you're dying! You're dying!
God,
Oh,
fine.
guys, why does it
Um,
grow
did I?
again?
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You can
Play the music, Phil. You're not playing the music.
The music!
You're embarrassing us.
Oh my god.
Oh
I'm
my.
sorry. I'm new at this. I'm new at this. I just want to be a YouTuber.
We're never gonna go viral, Phil. This is ridiculous.
I just want to go viral. I don't want to do this anymore. I want to chop wood.
All right, see you.
What the?
That's
What
it.
just
Bye, guys.
happened?
What exploded?
What? do you mean?
Sorry, there was an
What?
end crystal over there.
No,
Okay, so-
wait, did you just hit it?
Did you just hit that one? You weren't supposed to.
fancy.
Oh my God! Wait. Wait, you just.
Paste it again. You know you want to. Paste it again. You don't want to wait. Just paste it in the same spot. You can do it. Don't forget the negative A. Just do it. Yeah! Oh, that's awesome. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I hereby declare this my dirt block. I wonder what you could do to de-incentivize the mining of them. If that was the goal. I guess theoretically you could put more end crystals on it. That would make it a little bit more dangerous. Alright, that's awesome.
It's doing it! Look, it's spreading. It works.
Stop it from
Feel the
spreading.
music.
Oh,
It's spreading from further.
I'll beatbox before you.
okay, maybe we can. Okay, maybe we
Alright,
made
cool.
enough money from this that we can buy handicam, bandicam.
But Phil, there's
sorry.
another one. But Phil, I use fraps though. I use
Bandicam.
fraps.
Oh.
Can we buy fraps instead? Fraps gets
Guys, like and
you know the
subscribe.
file
Story,
size.
the-
The
we'll
file
get the
size is
extra-
pretty
Ow!
good.
Yeah, the file size.
Okay.
Just do
Well,
the
there's another,
story.
should we break that one? There's another.
The DX story's got built-in compression.
No, there it is. Okay. Oh no, let's not aim for that. That's interesting.
Pretty freaking
sweet. I feel inspired.
Alright, see you later.
See you later.
Good luck.
Thanks for the hack.
Wow.
Oh my god, I followed that tutorial word for word. I think we got this.
Chip? Oh, there you are, Chip.
Okay, now I'm gonna go eat something. I'm very hungry. I shall
Well, that
return
was fun,
shortly.
Chip.
I'm gonna murder tomorrow, Luna. Tomorrow is the day.
Chip.
Ow!
I just remembered. I gotta say something to Ross. Alright, see ya, sausage.
Bye, see ya.
Bye.
Yo tengo hambre. Luna, you the best. Luna, you the best.
Chip, we're gonna look for Ross. I had a question I need to ask Ross. That foolish gave me. Tell Ross I have a question.
Hello?
Hello?
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you, Bad? How are you doing on this fine day?
Doing pretty good. Where are you?
Oh, I'm on the highest floor. I'm so sorry. I can go down. 1 second. Ow.
Oh, there you are.
Oh, hello.
No shot, Chip. That was unfair. That was unfair. You jumped at me. You jumped at me, Chip. Don't put that. Yes, you flipping did. Yes, you flipping did. You weren't paying attention, Chip. That one doesn't go in your logbook. I deserve a refund on that one, Chip. I deserve a refund.
Oh my.
So, Ross, I got a question for you. Can you come out here real quick?
Yeah?
So, I was just curious. I was thinking about this today. How are you feeling now that Owen's gone?
I'm feeling. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling all right. Feeling all right. Have you thought about doing something with the wall? A little different?
He really wants it there.
Who?
Owen.
Oh. So
Yeah.
you're just gonna leave it. What have you spoken to
Yeah.
Foolish about it?
I think Foolish allowed the wall to be there as well.
How
think.
does that make you feel seeing that every day, knowing that Owen, the one who tormented you, left it there?
Oh. 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 Yeah. No, I'm okay. Are you okay, Bad?
No, I'm good. I just wanted to pick your brain on that.
Oh, okay.
Because if it was me, I would want to tear it down. But if you're okay with it, then that's good.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. I was wondering, maybe you just hadn't thought about it.
Oh. Well, I have not been thinking recently, Bad, so maybe that's why I didn't think about it.
Oh, why?
I'm on a thinking strike right now.
Hi, Sausage Raiders. Hello. Welcome.
It's easier to not think and just do.
Easier to not think and
Yeah.
just do.
Yeah, thoughts aren't worth it.
Oh.
Doing is. What
So,
about you, Bad?
Doing
Do you think?
is. Sometimes
You do?
thinking can be helpful.
Really? What's your favorite thing to think about apart from Foolish?
Oh man, there's a lot.
There is? Oh my god.
Yeah, like I think about traps to make. Think about Skeppy. Think about Skeppy statues to build. I gotta build a
that sounds
Skeppy
lovely.
statue at some point.
Let me know if you need any help. I'm happy to help.
Thank you. Yeah, if you have any diamonds, I'd appreciate them for building that.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Sausage, for the raid.
Oh, that's why you wanted
Thank
diamonds
you.
yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, lots of diamonds.
Okay.
Also, did you see, Ross? I'm now #1 on the scoreboard, the leaderboard.
Oh my god, you overtook Sneak.
Yeah.
Oh, Sneak's gonna
Clown.
be mad.
#1, Ross.
Oh god. Oh god.
#1!
Oh my. Congrats, Bad. You did super well. I'm really proud of you.
Thank you. As the most powerful person, I think that makes me king now.
Oh. Of green
I'm just
faction, sorry?
kidding. No, of everybody, but you know.
Oh, okay.
I think Foolish, you know, I think he wears the crown better.
Aw, well, no, you also are very skilled, Bad. You would be a great king.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Aw, well, thank you.
Yeah, you're very skilled. You're very inspiring. I think you could inspire a whole load of people. Yeah.
Do you think
I
I
know
should
you
go
already
for
do.
it?
Maybe not the king of, maybe not to replace Foolish, but you could definitely be a king of some kind. Maybe a king of evil, a king of misery.
Wait,
a
you
king
think
of...
I should be evil?
Yes. I don't think you should be. I know you are a little bit inside, and that's okay.
Is that how you view me? As evil boy Halo?
Wait, you don't want to be viewed as evil?
I didn't know that.
No, I'm sorry, Bad. No, I don't view you as that.
King of evil.
No, Bad. No, you are king of strength. I mean, you're the highest power level, right? You're so strong and whimsical and joyous. And
what should I do as the king of strength?
You could help provide strength to the rest of the realm. I know that's a very nice thing for a king to do.
No, that's true.
And I know you've helped Pangy and Pilly so much, and even Red Team. You've helped support them from the beginning. You're an inspiration, Bad. You should be so proud of yourself. You've done so good.
Oh, so I should just keep doing what I have been doing?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So help Red and Pangy kill everybody. As
Yeah,
the
no, that
king of
sounds good.
strength. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd love to
Ross.
see that. Of
You-
course, of
you
course.
know just the right thing to say.
Oh, so do you, Bad. You deserve the best, and I hope I can help as much as you have helped me. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit you. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So have you thought about killing Crow at all?
No.
It'd be kind of fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. To be honest, I think Crow wants to kill me more than I want to kill Crow.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of gives you justification. Self-defense!
Oh, that is true.
Yeah, if
That
you
is
kill
true.
him, I'll be like, oh, he was coming right at Ross. I saw it all.
Oh, really? You'd side with me?
I would.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. Thank you.
Oh, and then we could get Foolish to, like, banish him.
Oh my god. Wait, that would be great. Another banishing? Oh, I would love that.
I do feel like we need someone to get banished, you know, like,
Yeah.
from the realm.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Maybe, like...
Definitely.
I don't know. But, yeah, I heard there was an opening, by the way, for, Court
Oh,
Chester.
yes. Yes.
Do you have any idea, like, who do you think should get it?
Well, I know Sausage really wants to be Court Jester.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to be
I don't
it?
know. I don't think I'm very funny. I don't
I think
I
you
have...
could do a great job.
Really? You think I could be funny?
You know what, Ross? I think you should apply for the position.
You think I should?
I think not necessarily that maybe you should get it, but just apply for it. Spread your wings and try it out. Take a stab at,
Really?
like, comedy.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. Can I tell you a joke?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. What happens when you put a snowman in water?
What?
He dies.
Oh, that's a good one.
Wait.
I
Oh,
think
thank
you're
you, thank
perfect
you.
for Jester. Oh
Really?
my goodness, that was
Oh
really
my
good.
god, wait. Thank you so
That was
much.
top
Oh
tier.
my
No.
god. Oh,
That was awesome.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Tell
Wait,
another.
thank
Tell
you.
another.
What do you get when you catch a dinosaur and oh wait, let me think. Wait, let me hold the phone. A dinosaur and a dinosaur and Badboyhalo.
Oh, what?
You get you get it? Wait, you get it?
Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. You had me there because I was expecting like a punchline, but you're like, oh, you get it? Oh, that's a good one. Okay, I like that. That's a good one.
Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad. I was worried you wouldn't laugh. Thank you so much for laughing.
Especially with what happened to the dinosaurs. It's like really, it adds like an extra layer.
Oh, you know what happened to the dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, anyway, but no, that was a good joke. That was a great one. I love that one. That was a good one.
Thank you.
I appreciate you should
it.
tell that one to Foolish. I think you would appreciate that one.
About the dinosaurs?
Yeah, no, honestly, I feel like these jokes are great. You really could do a good job if you like threw your hat in the ring of Court Jester. I feel like you should go for it. Yeah, even if you don't get it, it would like build more confidence, right? Because I feel like you're underestimating yourself a bit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bad. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
You know what? I made a trap for Red today.
Oh, you
So that
did?
they could kill someone, yeah.
You want to
I
make a trap to help them? That's sweet.
Well, I did say before the fight with Pilly, because they were all really worried that if Pilly died, I would help them get a kill if they couldn't get one themselves. And so
Aww.
I fixed my trap to try and kill Pangy, and I put TNT back at the bottom of that and everything. However, Owen seemed to know today. Owen was the target, and he seemed to know that there was a hole there, and so he drank slow falling and ran away. So,
did you try and trap Owen?
well, it was just a falling trap, and all you had to do was destroy dirt. That wasn't even gravel. But none of my traps are ever gonna work. And you know what? That's okay.
Well, just you gotta work on your way of luring people.
Okay. I think I need to befriend them first. How do you make friends, Bad? Can you teach me?
Honestly, just stick near them and keep bothering them until they tell you to go away, and then come back later and do it again.
But what if I'm annoying, you know? And then they're like, Roz, go away. I hate you.
Oh, no, that just means it's working. See, when someone says, go away, I hate you. See, what I found is people have trouble expressing their real emotions, right?
Oh,
so people will use this thing called reverse psychology.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So if someone says, go away, I hate you, it really means, I really enjoy spending time with you. You should come back later.
Okay, wait, thank you, Bad. Wait, that's so helpful. Oh my god. Well, okay, I have a more specific question, right? I wanna try and be better friends with Pangy, but I'm scared. How can I be a better friend to Pangy?
You gotta ask Pangy, Pangy, what do you want more than anything? Then think, how can I help Pangy achieve that goal?
Okay.
Or just hang out with Pangy, do things that Pangy likes.
What does Pangy like?
Hanging out with Billy.
Oh. Okay. Okay. Well, maybe me and Pangy won't be friends, and that's okay. I'm just no, Ross. Yeah?
No, you're looking at this the wrong way. You can still be friends with Pangy. Oh, why don't you try and get him a gift? I saw something in the newspaper about a wet cat. I think he's looking for a wet cat. So I think if you get him like a wet cat, he'd probably appreciate it.
Like a pet?
Yeah, like a pet.
Okay. You know what? I have a cat. I could give him my cat. I only have one though.
Well, if you only have one, I wouldn't give away your cat. Get like
no,
another
that's okay
cat.
though. That's okay. It's worth it. Sometimes friendships need sacrifices, and so I shall fix it. I shall do it.
What if you get a cat and name it Pilly 2? And then you give that to Pangy. I bet he'd appreciate that, probably.
I feel like he might kill me, Bad. Do you not think he might kill me?
You think? But you're just giving him a new Pilly.
I know, but he said to me that no one could ever replace Pilly.
Oh. Huh.
Yeah.
No, that's a little hard then. Yeah.
Okay. It's okay, I'll just keep trying. I feel like it's hard, but it's okay.
No, yeah, when you try your best, but you don't succeed.
Oh, that was inspiring, Bad. Thank you.
No problem. I'll think of some ideas that maybe you could help Pangy out with.
Could you put in a good word for me, Bad?
Yeah, no, sure. I'll put in a great word. I'll say the following. I'll say Ross really wants to be your friend.
Yeah. Okay. but maybe sound like, oh, Roz told me not to tell you, but like they really wanna be your friend and make you happy because you deserve it, right? Yeah, like something like that.
Yeah. I'll phrase it exactly like that.
Oh, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Bad. That means a lot to me. Thank you.
Aw, no problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to. It's just hard to make new friends, you know, and I am struggling. But it's
no, you're right.
It's okay.
It's very hard to make new friends. I found.
Oh.
They keep dying.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Bad. I'll be your friend.
Did you kill them?
Did I kill who?
Well, I mean, you said I'm sorry after I said my friends keep dying.
I just feel sympathy for you.
Oh, so it's like I'm sorry from the like. Sorry that happened.
From my heart.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
No, that's fine. That's fair. I appreciate that.
I hope no more die. You don't deserve that.
Oh, thank you. I hope no more die too, because that would make me sad.
Oh no, and you don't deserve to be sad. You deserve to be happy every single day and be filled with joy and whimsy and lots of happiness. Yes.
Thank you.
Of course, and I'm always here, right in the castle, just standing around. So yeah, if you ever need, this castle's pretty big and lonely, so I'm always around to help and be around.
Aw, thank you.
Of course, any day.
Yeah, I'm here if you need anything too.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you. I also promised Panky I'd help a little bit with the blaze rods. So I'm gonna do that a little bit.
You know what?
Yeah?
Just occurred to me. Oh my gosh. I think I know something you could do that Peggy would really appreciate.
Really?
And I think it would also help you with Red as well.
Really? Oh, like what?
So here's a crazy thing. Red needs to get a kill, right?
Okay.
And Red needs to get a kill.
Yes.
And it just occurred to me, I know someone who's very killable that Red I don't think would mind if they got killed.
Okay.
Tubbo.
Oh.
And I happen to know that Panky can't stand Tubbo.
Really?
Yeah. If you killed Tubbo, I think one, you could give the credit to Red Team.
Really?
And and that could be like a present for them, right?
Aw, okay.
And I think Panky would really appreciate it too.
Genuinely? Like genuinely?
Yeah, I think so, because I think that was one person on it. Yeah, he said everybody who mocked Pilly was going to suffer. And Tubbo definitely mocked Pilly a ton. Remember those horrible things that Tubbo said about Pilly?
I honestly don't, but I'll take your word for it.
Well, do you remember how Tubbo said that that Pilly got around?
Oh, yes. But I mean, didn't he already die for that?
Well, yeah, but you could never die too many times for that. So I'm just saying, I feel like that's something that Panky would really appreciate. Especially if you said, you could say, hey, I killed Tubbo for you. And then Panky would be like, oh, thank you.
Oh, okay. You know what? I'll think about it, because I'm trying to make friends, and I fear killing Tubbo might lower the amount of people I can befriend. So I might see.
Here's a crazy thing about that. You see, there's a little known fact, but Tubbo give me 1 second.
Okay.
Tubbo really likes to die.
Wait, really? Wait, really?
Yes. You see, you may have noticed that Tubbo has died a lot.
Oh no, I have seen that. I have seen that.
That's not just coincidence.
Oh, really? Okay.
He really likes to die.
No, surely shouldn't we talk to him so he doesn't feel alone? You know, like fix him.
See, that's the problem. He just likes to experience death a lot, but he doesn't want anyone to know. So he'd feel really embarrassed if we like brought this up to him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like
wow.
he's died apparently like 3 times to his guardian farm. Yeah. Why do you think he built it? So he'd have like an excuse to die over and over again.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, I'm thinking. You know what? That's a great thing to consider, Bad. I will definitely I'll definitely think about it. No promises, but yeah.
He's really, really easy to fool into stepping into traps. So he'd be the perfect person to practice your trap on. Yes.
To be honest, I feel like me and Tubbo are the same. I feel like I'll see a trap and I'll be like, if this is a trap, I'll just walk into it. Because why not? Sometimes you gotta have that silliness in your heart.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and but that's why you should do it. You should totally test your trap on Tubbo. He totally wouldn't mind. And he'd probably appreciate it, I think, probably.
Oh, okay.
Unless I'm completely misreading the situation, but I don't think I am. I think I've got it on lock.
I don't think you've ever misread the situation. Surely.
No, me too.
Wow.
I feel like,
inspiring.
And yeah, he totally dodged one of my traps by like half a foot. So I feel like divine intervention is calling on a trapo to him. Yeah.
Really? Okay. Well, I'll definitely consider that. I really appreciate it. I'll really think about it. Just for you.
Awesome. Yeah, just keep me posted if you need any help with it, cause
yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you so much. This is great advice, and I will consider it. I will think.
Yeah.
All right. No, I appreciate
you have a good day while you're thinking about that.
Oh, thank you, Bad. I hope you have an even better day. I'm gonna build Tina's tower now. I've planned it all out, and I'm gonna finish. No, I'm not. I'm gonna finish the castle first. Then we have Tina's tower.
Notice some yellow on Clown's tower.
Yes.
What's up with that? Are you doing that?
No, I think Foolish got the go ahead to do a little bit of changes to the tower.
Nice. That would totally improve it because it looks great, but the color scheme does not match the castle, and it needs to.
Yeah, I guess that's fair.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm looking forward to that.
Do you think? How do I say this?
Mm-hmm.
Cause so many of you guys are high level. Do you think you'll want to battle with them?
With who?
Like the high level people, like Sneak and Clown. I feel like that would be fun.
I mean, maybe at some point, but I feel like the combat. I don't know if
it's
I want
harder too.
Yeah, I don't really want to stand there for like 2 hours just going whack, whack.
Yeah,
whack.
that's true. We've already experienced that a little bit.
Yeah,
it'd be interesting to see, you know, who can be stronger. I enjoy it.
It would be.
Oh, well, I'm gonna finish building, Bad. I'm gonna speedrun it.
I'll let you get to it. You too.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Oh, thank you so much. Don't die. Slay.
Thank you. Yeah, don't die.
Oh, okay. I'll try not to. Thank
Awesome.
you. Oh.
All right. See ya.
Okay. Bye.
Bye. Tubbo's gonna log on one day, and he's just gonna get memed by like 5 people. I love it. Oh man. Sorry, chat. I was thinking today, I was like, we've got to balance that one trap that he avoided of mine. We just have to have a universal balance. I've been feeling bad ever since he dodged that trap by like the skin of his teeth. So I won't feel right until the universe balance has been restored. Ah, that's really funny. Oh my gosh. Where's Chip? Chip, I've got stuff to go do. Appear near me. Yeah, in fact, wait a minute. Has Tubbo survived every trap we've attempted on him, chat? Oh my gosh, he totally has. He's literally dodged every single trap that we have attempted on him by us. That's kind of wild to think about. He's died to a few things. He's died to mobs, but he hasn't died to, like, any traps we've set. So, I don't know. I think it'd be kind of fun if some people did some fun traps on Tubbo. I don't think Tubbo would mind, chat. I don't think Tubbo would mind. What do you think, chap? Does Tubbo need to die? Oh. What do you think, Chip? Does Tubbo need to die? Yeah! See, Chip's on board with this, chat. Chip is on board with this. Yeah! Down with Tubbo. Down with Tubbo. Let's... Well, I mean, I don't actually have anything against him, to be honest. I like him a lot. But sometimes you gotta kill the people you care about, Chip. Yeah. Like Tubbo. Yeah! Here, Chip, come over here real quick. I want to show you something. Fudge. Dang it! Son of a gun! Chip! Look what they did. They put one right in the middle of my workspace, Chip. I'm gonna have to figure this out. Maybe if I relocate it somewhere else. Maybe I could move it out there. Do you think they'd notice if I did that, Chip? I could probably move it. But food for thought. I'm gonna think about it. Not a huge deal either way, because I still have a lot of the fudge. What? You looking at something? Oh, get him to move it out there. No? Oh, the horse? You're looking at the horse? No? What are you looking at? The bat? Alright, lead the way, Chip. Chip wants to show us something, chat. Oh, look at that. Don't worry about them, Chip. They'll be alright. Dude, that's pretty rare, chat, for that to happen. Oh. Oh, the eyeballs? You want me to fix the eyeballs? Oh yeah, I guess we'll fix it. It has kind of been on the ground for a day or two. Flipping foolish. I noticed the eyeball stayed up until he showed up again. Then they got knocked down, Chip. Which is ridiculous, if I do say so myself. But I do find it funny though, Chip. I basically told Sausage that he should kill Foolish. Wait a minute. Yes. And I also shared that sentiment with Ross. Ironically, though, even though killing Foolish would be really funny to me, it actually, what I said to Ross was actually true. I do think Red would appreciate it, and I do think Pangy would appreciate it too, Chip. See, that's the thing, Chip, right? Sometimes, like, the advice you give isn't necessarily manipulation, but you're just pointing something out to someone that they might not have thought of, Chip, right? And you're just giving them, like, yeah, actually, now that I think about it, I don't know if it benefits me. if I don't know if it benefits me if Tubbo dies. I think I just find it funny. I'm just being a helper, Chip. I'm helping point people in the right direction. See? And that's the thing. Ross needed a little bit of guidance to know what to do, which is kill Tubbo. And Sausage, okay, I did technically lie to Sausage, though. Yeah, that technically wasn't true. Nothing I said to him. But, here's the thing, though. Chip. Killing Tubbo would help Red not die. So there you go. And I do think Tubbo probably wouldn't mind being the Jester. So, honestly, killing Tubbo would kind of take him out of the Jester running. So, there we go. Okay, that kind of works out. So, either way, I think it's a +1. The more I think about it, the less problems I see, to be honest. I feel like the more I think about it, the more this all makes sense to me, Chip. Yeah, this all makes sense to me. Yeah.
You keep telling people to kill Foolish, but then you also want to be the only on to kill Foolish. Make up your mind on if you want fresh meat or carrion, my guy.
No, that's fair. No, that's fair, Ruse. I do want to be the one to kill Foolish. But I also want everybody else to want to kill Foolish, you know? It's like, you like sharing your hobbies, Chip. You feel me? You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, it's like I want to share my hobbies with people. But I also don't want too many people to, like, get into it, because then it makes your hobby more expensive, right? Like, that's kind of the problem, Chip. That's the double-edged sword of sharing your hobbies with people. I don't know. Anyway, the realm's looking pretty nice, actually. I do kind of like Amesy's tower thing, though it's not structurally supported. It kind of looks like the Seattle, what's it called? What's that one thing in Seattle called? You guys know what I'm talking about? The thing that looks like a, what do they call that? The Needle. It looks like the Needle, Chip. Which is really funny, Chip, because everybody thought that buildings in the future would look like that, but it's kind of silly because, like building a really tall building that only has 3 floors is just kind of silly. Like, it's just kind of a silly concept. I think it's a restaurant. Is it a restaurant? Has anyone ever eaten in it? Eaten in the Space Needle? I almost had the opportunity to do that, Chip. I was literally at the Space Needle, and literally we were going to go inside and eat at the restaurant. But I think there was a restaurant. We were going to go in it for some reason. But we couldn't. It was literally closed the one day we were there. Tell me that's not crazy, Chip. Yeah, we live in a society. And it rotates! Did you guys know that? It rotates too. That's pretty cool. Alright, Chip. I've stayed an hour past my time. I have a date to get to. So yeah, I'm sorry, Chip. I will see you later though. But good luck on your snaily journeys, Chip. Good luck. Stay safe out there. Chip, I'm gonna screenshot of my power level just to enjoy it while I'm still number 1. I'm number 1, Chip! Oh, I have a gapple. There you go. 1 for the road, Chip. 1 for the road. Whee! Alright, Chip. I'll see you later. Bye, Chip. Feel free to hang out with Ross if you want. Up to you. You know, offer some encouragement for killing Tubbo. That'd be kind of fun. Alright. Bye, Chip. See ya. Bye-bye. Whee! Alright, chat. So, chat. I said this earlier, and I promised it. We are gonna hop on Munchie MC. I need to switch to a different client real quick. We're gonna hop on Munchie MC, and I'm gonna check out. So, chat. We had some people in the chat who made maps. So if you guys have a Minecraft client and want to hop on and play with us, I want to check out some of the maps that were made for the Makeathon. I already looked at some of them, but I did it while I was like chatting with Pilly, so I didn't like get the chance to read them. So we're gonna hop on for a second, chat. Give me a second. There we go. Oh yeah. The scores were released. Who ended up winning, chat? Who ended up winning? Hello, friends. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I need to go get some floss in a little bit, chat. All right. Make-a-thon. Let's check out some of the maps, chat. Murder Mystery Parkour Lab, Water Drop, Make-a-thon map, arcade mini games. Oh no, the arcade machines malfunction and are pulling you into their screens. Huge statues. Jungle Walls Make-a-thon. Wool Wars Make-a-thon. Gather items from loot chests around the map. Start towering up. I feel like we'll just check this one out first. Ooh. Oh. Fall? Oh, it's like themes based on the seasons. Once one player jumps in, a match will start in 50 seconds. Okay. I like that join mechanic. It's clever. Is there a book anywhere? Welcome to Wool Wars. Wool Seasonal Wars. Welcome to Seasonal Wool Wars. How to play. Find chests around the map to gear up, tower up to avoid the rising sand that kills you. Last live wins. Info, there are 4 different maps to play. Each map is a different season to start. Jump in the pool in spring. Ooh, very cool. I really like this. Okay, we're gonna check this out. Here are the builders. This is the team. Samlo, playtime is over. Sofio and Kat Prosperina. Very cool. Good work, guys. You guys cooked it. Yours was a very highly rated map. Is it gonna start? Time to start. Says 56. Oh, maybe it starts in a minute. There we go. Ooh, here we go. Oh, do we run around? Oh, we all spawn in the same spot. Oh, that's kind of cool. Honestly, it just occurred to me, do you really have to like start people in different spots? Theoretically, like, I don't think it matters that much. Ooh. Hold on. Is my FOV messed up, chat? Hee die, Wolfie. Chat, is my FOV messed up? Oh my goodness, it is. Why is it set so low? Alright, chat, we're gonna win this game, just for the record. You didn't get in? Sorry if you didn't get in. Victory will be mine. Maybe it only did it based on the people who were on it when I pushed the start button. I noticed that happened to me one day when I was sitting in the lobby of it. Hello. No shot? You even have the floor coming up? Oh my gosh. That is so flipping cool. I gotta watch this, hold on. Do you have it kill people if they land on it? Or is it if they just go beneath it, it kills them? I gotta watch. I want to see if it goes up. No shot. That's so cool. That's awesome that you did that. This is such an amazing map. No bad. If they touch the sand, they die. That's sick. I flipping love that. Gotcha. Let's go. Dang it, people don't drop items. I think that's probably bugged. We should probably fix that. Yeah, that's a game maker thing. We gotta fix that. Don't let bad win. That's actually crazy. No shot. This person's gonna get away. No, you flipping don't. Get back here. Yeah, let's team. Die. No. Fudge! No! You've got to be kidding me. I quit, chat. I quit. To think, people, I cannot believe you managed to recreate Wool Wars like that. I genuinely can't. That's actually awesome. What a cool map. That is super cool. This is something that is very fun to play. Greed was your downfall. Greed was your downfall. Gosh darn it, chat. I feel like such a ragamuffin right now. Oh well. Oh well. Apparently there's 4 different maps to play too, which is actually kind of wild. Alright. Let's play one more. I want to play one more of it. There's 4, but only 1 is working. Okay. Well, I want to play one more. So I'm gonna win this one, and then we'll go check out another one. This was a really good map. Is there a parkour in the lobby? You guys should really add a parkour in the lobby. People need. Jump in the water to join. Guys, jump in the water if you want to join. You gotta hop in. I think. Yeah, I think you guys should really add a parkour to the lobby because we really like parkour. And you know what's amazing, chat? They did this in 24 hours, which makes this like even crazier. This would be a hard thing to do in 24 hours. I'm impressed. What place did you guys get, Samlo? What place were you on the list? 3rd! Let's flipping go. Holy crap, if this got 3rd, that's pretty wild. I bet maps are nuts then. Uh-oh, this ain't good. Come here. Get over here. I'm gonna kill you. You're not getting away. Yes, you're flipping. You think I forgot about last game? You think I flipping forgot about it? Nice. Fudge. This ain't good, chat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can someone do me a solid and drop some wool? Uh-oh. Hey, is someone by the bee? Can you please? I'm very upset. There we go. I'm gonna lower it to 15 minutes. Anyway. Bad, let Sim do it. That is a good map. Dang it! I flipping got targeted, chat. I'm so upset. Okay, let's check out another one. I love that. What a great map. Honestly, that so far is my favorite. Oh, make a thong. That is so far my favorite map out of the ones I've tried. Okay, what is murder mystery? Welcome to Murder Mystery. This is like the classic murder mystery, but with a twist. There are 3 roles: bystander, murder, and detective. The bystander just survives while the detective tries to stop the murderer from killing everyone. If the murderer dies, bystanders and the detectives win. And if the murderer kills everyone, the murderer wins. Around the map, there's gold that spawns. Once you get enough gold, you can go to the shop and buy something to help you survive. They all have descriptions on what they do. That's it. Have fun. Hey, that is basically, this is like Hypixel murder mystery, basically. Awesome. All right, I love the concept. Let's try it. Let's see how it plays out, chat. Oh, bystander. Don't get killed. Okay. There's an arrow in here. Arrow Joe, just a fella. Huh. Hello, friends. We're all friends, aren't we? No murderers here. Where's the gold? Nah, I've been baited too much by flipping through something interesting. No one's dead yet. Players left. Oh my goodness, I just got hit. Ooh, gold! I found, oh my goodness, I'm getting gold! Okay, wait, hold on. Collect the gold. How did you do this? The random gold spawns. I'm wondering how you did it. Okay, there's still 19 players left. Who's the murderer? Show yourself. Oh, Postbay left. 18 players remaining. Where's the shop? Someone said there was a shop. Yeah, this is like murder mystery. Oh, fudge! Anti-Skibby is a bow. Is he the detective? I feel like he's probably the detective. The shops are the villagers? Wizard shopkeeper? What? He's gone. Dad, the shop broke because I was changing it? Oh. Oh, we won. Okay. Everybody rejoin. Guess we're trying again. The first Skeppy. Oh, thank you, Dipper. Appreciate it. Thank you for the heads up. By the way, I added you. I gotta add Ame to that one map. Badboyhalo, can you clone the map and join it again? I fixed the bug. Sure. Everybody rejoin. Rejoin. There we go. Oh, you were murderer? Sorry. Rejoin, chat. Bum, 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 bum. Dang it. What was I supposed to do? They were hitting me. That's crazy. Oh, not you? Okay. Ooh! Bob Chef. Place anywhere on the ground to cause a player to slip. 1% banana. Okay, that's pretty funny. Right click this on a player to make them glow. Every player on the map glow for a few seconds. Right click to teleport to a random location. That's a really good item, chat. Okay, we need more gold. Let's collect more. Gold! Gold! Okay, there's 20 people left. End the violence! Whee! You slipped on a banana. Fudge! The detective died! Find their bow! Oh my gosh, it's right there. Who did it? How do we pick up the detective's bow? Is there a way to pick it up? It's right here. Did someone get it? The detective died. Find their bow on the map. You're now glowing. Oh no. Don't kill me. This is a really cool map. I love murder mystery, chat. So it's kind of cool. The detective is dead, I didn't know. Yeah. You gotta pay attention, chat. See if we can figure out who the murmur is. Guys, it's that person. Over there. Oh, I'm loaded in gold. Alright, we have our emergency teleport crystal, chat. Anyone tries to hurt us, we just zoop our way to victory. Cool gamer, go bother someone else. I wish I could kill him. Chat. So annoying. Dang it. Why'd I get stuck here? Are you placing down banana peels everywhere? This is smart. It's smart. There's 9 players left? What the fudge? I think that person just killed somebody. It's Eerie Detective. Kill Eerie. They have a gun? They have a gun so they can hit me? Get him! Kill Eerie! Die, Eerie, die. Oh! That put me in the random spot right next to them! What a terrible random spot. Oh my goodness, that's the worst thing ever. Thank you. Dang it. Son of a gun, I got memed. Okay, this is a really good map, Coast of A. I like this map a lot. This is a good one. This is a very cool idea to recreate this. What place did you get, Coast of A? I like this a lot. This is very, very in-depth. Second, I can see this would have been really hard to do. Holy crap, Coast of A. Remaking Murder Mystery in less than 24 hours. I really like that. Okay. We got a lot of maps to get to, so let's go check. You won! The murderer was killed! Let's go. Good job. This is a good map. I'm impressed. That is a very good map. Alright, let's search via the tag. How do we sort via the tags? No. It's tag. Make. Makeathon. Chess is not in the Makeathon. Why is this one here? Oh, okay, it's not. I was like, what the muffin? Random elevator. Okay, let's try this one. Buy the 5th bean. Builder's Beastmaster, the 5th bean, Dipper Cypher, and Dylan Apple Lundy. Okay. Honorary mention, Minecraft Melon, emotional support. Honorary mention, Manzana. Did nothing, she just exists. That's funny. I can't read this. Sorry for any misspells. We have 3 dyslexics on our team. That's wild. Okay, do we just go in? I like the note block. This is cool. Boom. Fudge! I really tried to kill Anti-Skeppy. And the other ragamuffin. Very nice. Is this heaven? So this one is like a series of mini games. Now we just have to wait for everybody to finish dying. Die! That's kind of cool. I like that. It'd be cool if you could like accrue coins. Can I help you? Mr. Cool Gamer, please stop being a nuisance. It took like us like 10 hours on an idea. Really? What place did this map get? Because so far I like the concept of like a random game. I swear when I played this the other day, I literally remember like getting another spot, like there being another game. Gugwalla, how have you not finished killing whoever's down there? No placement. Gugwalla, get a kill. Where are they? Is it bugged? Where are they? Do you think it's bugged? Or maybe there's like a secret spot? Here, God Koala, go and kill me. Yeah, it might be broken because someone left. I love this song. Why does this sound familiar? Wait, is this a Roblox game? No, you son of a gun! I purposefully didn't target you because I was like, oh my goodness, if I target God Koala, then I'd be targeting the winner of the previous game, but you flipping hit me! You could have let me run past you! It's the Gravity Falls intro. I thought it sounded familiar. I thought I recognized it. That is very cool. I like that. Dun, 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 dun. That's pretty cool though. I love that. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, what? Oh yeah, chat. I am playing a game with Rurus today, by the way, called quote-unquote Daddy Simulator. So, food for thought. Oh, never mind. It's Dad Dating Simulator, playing Dream Daddy. So I'm gonna be doing that after my stream. I'm gonna be joining Rurus on their stream, and I'm gonna be playing that for however long. I don't know. So food for thought for those of you who are wondering. Okay, we're getting the same one. I swear I've gotten a different game while playing this before. Does this only have one game? Oh my gosh. I did not realize that would kill me. Son of a gun, no! I want to win! Stop it! Okay, this is a really good map. It has two, but it uses the random action. Okay. I really like that one. That one's good. I like the one game. Very nice. Good work to you guys. Random, I don't know how random it is. We got the same one. I mean, to be fair, that's only like a 1 in 8 chance, so it's not unheard of. Okay, this is another maker map, make-a-thon map. Let's check it out. This one's by God Koala. And I think God Koala said he did this solo. Oh, we did this chat on stream the other day. Do you remember? It's basically like Flappy Bird, but you're going through obstacles. Right-click the feather to levitate upwards. Do nothing to go downwards. Very nice. Level 1 was super easy. Let's speedrun chat. This is pretty good. Is this based on anything in particular? Or is this just, like, is this based on a real game? I swear it looks so familiar. I'm getting, like, deja vu. I feel like I've played this before. How is he going faster than me? How is he going faster than me? Oh, I wasn't holding sprint. Okay, that's frustrating. There we go. Nice. Nice. Oh, wait. Godqual, what place did your map get? This is a pretty good one. Fifth? It's really good. It's definitely, the concept is probably a little bit more simple in terms of coding. But I do like it a lot. It's probably, fudge, probably a little bit easier to code than some of the other ones I saw. Fudge. I feel like maybe I should go and award a participation trophy for everyone who submitted a map and put any actual effort in. Lava fly. That's what this reminds me of. Fudge. Our participation prize is the make-a-thon tag. Nice. Here we go, chat. Can we do it? I quit. Okay, I already beat your map once, Godqual. I'm pretty impressed by it. That's like super frustrating. I died more times there than I did the first time I did it. What's the next thing? That's such a clever idea. Putting music in the waiting room, like especially if it's something really small. Or just like a repeating song, that's super easy to do. Here, let's try jungle walls, chat. Everybody join jungle walls. Ad time, chat. I will see you in 30 seconds. We run ads every 30 minutes, unless we forget. See you in 30 seconds. Everyone jump in. All right. Game is starting soon. Good luck, everyone.
Quack.
Is it started? Thank you, Silver Doves, for the 48 months. The 4 years. Holy crap, chat. Chat, someone got 4 years. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. That is... What do we do? Do we mine wood? Here, this log's on the floor. Wood cut logs. Okay. Oh. Oh. That's actually crazy. Thank you, Silver Doves. Holy muffin. 48 months is actually nuts, just for the record. Okay, what do we do? Do we make armor? I'm gonna try making a sword. Okay, got a sword. Is this my team? Okay, my team, I guess, is this. They don't have team colors. I'm guessing team colors isn't working. We can hit our own cat. Oh my gosh, that's not good. Okay, we gotta defend our cat. Do we have a crafting table? We need a crafting table, guys. Oh my gosh. Do we need a pick? Can we go to the mines? Mining cave. Okay. gosh, come on. How did you do this so that it spawns on the block they mined? That is amazing. I'm actually shocked. Okay, I'm trying to figure out how you did some of this. Hurry, guys. Go, go, go. Okay, this is cool. The walls? You made the walls? Wait, yeah, this is head, shoulders, knees, and toes. What is this music? Hold on. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees, and toes. Chat. It didn't actually sound that bad, but it's actually kind of wild to listen to. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes, knees, and toes. Such a bop. Why'd I make this? Why'd I make this, chat? Hello? It's been there for a few days now. I'm not gonna lie, it's kind of catchy. I mean, come on, chat. You can't deny that was pretty catchy. Like, are we really gonna say it wasn't catchy? Oh, hold on. Is this the only furnace we can use? How long do we have till the walls open? Walls falling in 57 seconds. Come on, guys. Can we use any other furnaces? Or are these them? This would be easier if we could make our own furnaces. You're not wrong. We should add a thing that lets us set like a variable. So you can, oh, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I mined a bunch. Here, someone take this. I'm gonna go defend our, whatever it's called. Our cat. A variable that detects what block is what. Come on, guys. Nope, Lucy, stay there. The walls are falling in 5, 4. I don't know which walls are the walls that are falling. Is it those? Oh, the walls have fallen. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Can we place blocks here? We can't. Oh my goodness, we must defend it. It's like Bed Wars, chat. This feels so much like Bed Wars. That's awesome. I'm defending. I'm working on a defensive strat. Can someone bring me a shield? If you can bring me a shield, I can kill whoever comes over. Guys. Yes! I'm a highway robber, chat. I'm a highway robber. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, help! Help me! Help me, our cat is under attack! And we're being attacked. Fudge, I don't have any food. Ah, fudge. Guys, in the mines, I'm putting resources if you need them. Oh my gosh. We gotta save our cat. Go, go, go. Wait, hold on. Okay. Yeah, we really gotta fix the team name color thing, chat. That bug is super annoying. That's on the to-do list. Nice. Free stuff. Here, here, here. Free stuff for everybody. Wait, wait, wait. Free stuff. Take that, and take that, and take that. Nope, no team. Die. Okay. Ooh, I'll take this, though. Okay, guys. Good work. Here. Wait, wait, wait. You. Take this. Nice, good work. Anyone got pants? Anyone pick up pants? Never mind, I'm gonna craft some. Okay, if anyone on my team needs some stuff, I'm gonna go dump it in the, looks like a lot of people didn't make pants. Let's gear up. You got pants now. Here, take that. You take that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Go make pants. Go make pants. Oh, let's go. Alright, let's play defense. Cover this area. Ready? Attack! Kill God Koala! Come here, God Koala, you're mine! Get back here! Die! Ah, retreat! Fall back to the second level! Retreat! Here. Dipper. Umbra, take this. Nice. Kill Quada. Good work. Fudge the no! 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 Our cat! They killed our meow meow. Oh my gosh. Okay, this is a really fun game. And you're on our team. Oh, whoopsie doopsie. This is a really fun game. And food for thought. Once we fix the name colors for this is gonna be great. In the meantime, one thing you could do is like permanently give people, make 4 kits that are like different colors that are like leather helmets with like basically like super unbreaking and binding curse, right? Oh, is it possible to make it so they don't despawn? Maybe you could add tags. Do tags work? Prefixes? We gotta fix name colors. We're gonna fix that bug. That's super annoying. It's been there for a bit. We're gonna fix that. Good job. This is a really fun game. I really like this a lot. That was the mob being the thing you have to kill. This reminds me of another game that we were working on in beta. So this is a very cool iteration of that. Good job. It's very fun. I like this a lot. This is very fun. I really like this. Okay. let's go check out another map. Yeah, you can make the helmets easily. I don't know if you could make it so they don't fall off though. What have we not seen? Silent Assassin. What is this? Pick a team. Huh. Bodyguard. Target. Assassin? Oh, it doesn't work here as... Okay. No worries, no worries. Parkour lab. These aren't not functional. Leap of Luck is a fast-paced jumping challenge where skill and luck decide your fate. Leap across tricky platforms. Race to victory. Will fortune be on your side? Let's find out. Huh. Hello and welcome to Leap of Luck. This is a luck-based parkour and race game. Only 4 players can play at once. Each player will compete to finish all the race while all the lucky blocks. First part of the race is parkour. There are lucky blocks along the way. All lucky blocks must be broken to finish the parkour section of the race. Second part of the race consists of a maze. The maze has... Maze has lucky blocks and parkour. All lucky blocks must be broken to finish the race. You cannot progress in the maze unless they are broken. Good luck. Built by Miona, Mahan, It's Rachel, Bean Bean. Okay, how do we play this? Blue team? Okay, only 4 people can play, so someone get on red. Someone get on yellow. And someone get on green. I guess. Someone get on yellow. Get on yellow. No, I'm here. You go somewhere else. Someone's already blue. Alright. P create. P invite God Koala. P invite. P invite Mind Songs. P invite Dipper. There we go. Let's try again. P private. I think we gotta play that one in a private party. Alright, let's try again. Alright, blue. Dibs on blue. Oh, someone joined the other one? Someone joined? Oh. Hold on. Alright, let's try again. Oh, P summon. There you go. Join green sim. Do we just go? Oh. Are these the lucky blocks? How do I break them? I'm assuming I hit them. Sorry, there is another VOD channel that someone's been keeping up to date. So if you want to check on the VODs, there's a right click. Uh-oh, I'm small now. Oh my gosh. Okay, right click. Got it. Fudge. Got it. What? Was gravity just super high, chat? Okay. Nailed it. Okay. That one I think just killed me. Uh-oh, poison. Oh, so it's like a race where you have to find the lucky blocks to do it. Oh, that's clever. Fudge. I can win this, chat. Oh, boing. Oh. Oh, fudge. Ah! Oh, fudge. Nailed it. And did I win? No, I didn't win, chat. And I'm small. Oh, I didn't win and I'm small. That's really cool though. Also, again, I know I already said thank you, but want to say thank you again, Silver Doves. Thank you for the 48 months. That's actually crazy. You hit 4 flipping years. Thank you. Happy 4-year subiversary. Again, just round of applause. Happy 4-year subiversary, Silver Doves, and thank you for the support. I appreciate it. You're very sweet. Let's go. Oh. Okay, this is a cute one. I like this one a lot. That's a good one. Keys. Find the correct keys to escape the mansion filled with horror. Huh. Let's take a look and see if this requires a certain number of people. Click to play. Builders. J1Y. Hi, can I play Restless Thoughts? Oh, mazes. How to play. You will wake up in a strange house filled with tons of keys in different spots. You need to use parkour to get to some of the spots. Oh, okay, there we go. Oh, chat, we're small. Okay. Go, 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 guys. It's pretty spooky. Ooh, is this a key? This is not the right key. Okay. I think there's a key up there. Guys, go for that key. This is not the right key. Me too. Oh. They're so worded there, chat. Oh my gosh. Did you see a warden? Did you find the key? This is not the right key. What just happened? What the fudge? What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my gosh, that's so creepy. Help! Ah! Help me! What is that? Is it still there? It's still following me. Oh, that's gross. Help! Okay, can't get up here. Okay, how do we get up there? I don't know how we get up there. I think we gotta get up on this. I'm gonna literally die. I don't think we can make that jump. No shot? That was doable. I feel like that's not doable, right? No way. What the muffin? Okay. Fudge. Go for it, Dipper. Oh, it's right there. You don't even need to go all the way. God Quad, go for that. Jump around it. Nice. To your right. Up to your right. Is that it? Is that the key? No? Fudge. Okay, we gotta think about where else can we get up to. Hold on. We need to get over here. Oh, I see one. Fudge. Not the right key. Did we already try that one? Fudge. Yeah, chat. The darkness, I'm gonna be honest, it's a little mind-numbing. I might change that to something else. Food for thought. Did I already try this one? I think I already got this one. The correct key is different for everyone. They're randomized. Oh my gosh. So you're saying that one key might be mine.
Quack.
Oh, that's cool. I can hear a ticking sound. Not the right key, son of a muffin. Oh. Not the right key. Not the right key. I feel like a little gremlin chat. I'm on the hunt for the key. I feel like I'm not gonna find it. The name of this map? I can't remember. It's called Keys. There you go. Not the right key! Seriously? Do you ever feel like you're not catching a break, chat? Seriously? Seriously? Okay. My key has to be up here. Just check for all the keys. That's what you gotta do. How do I get up there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ah! No! Chat, I think I'm running out of time. No! No! Help me! Ah. Okay. Boom. The creaky. I don't see anything up here. I think that might be a V-version thing, chat. Or it just looks like the creaking. Or like a warden to me, but isn't. Oh my gosh, there's so many of them. I'm gonna be honest, I have no idea where anything is. I can't find my key. Does anyone know where that one spot we were at was? Hold on a second. I won, you guys are bad. That's crazy. So do you win once one person finds it? Is that it? No! No! We lost chat! No! Alright, good work, Sim. Dang it. I feel like I can't catch a break. I've checked every room, I feel like. You still need to find your keys. I feel like I have no idea where it is. Alright, I officially give up. The lighting is giving me a teeny bit of a headache, so we're gonna call it. Did you check the one next to the giant creaking? I may have missed it. Yeah, the lighting was driving me nuts. I like that map though. Not a big fan of the lighting. Food for thought. Aesthetically, it's interesting. Yeah, maybe tweak that, Restless, but I like it. It's a really fun game. I like the idea of having to hunt stuff down like that. All right, chat. Tube map. I'm guessing that's a bug. Hide and seek. Retro minigames. Let's check this one out. Your client is too old. Need to update it. Okay, so we can't do that one today. All right, chat. Are you guys ready for Deltarune? It's Deltarune time, Lucy. Woo! Let's go. All right, let's do it, chat. All right. Keyless forever. I feel ya. Where is bad in the game? I am right here. Hello. Okay. Oh, where am I in the game Deltarune? Well, I'm booting it up, so you'll get to see in a moment. We're in chapter 2, and we are approaching, what is it, chat? We're in chapter 2, and we are approaching, basically the, what do you call it? They look like wardens for bad. He just walked right past them. Oh, oopsie doopsie. Yeah, so fun thing about that, I think it's because of the version I'm on. I need to hop on 1.20.4 or 1.21.4. Alright, why is this not booting up? There we go. Got it. It's working out. Can you do the AFK map? What AFK map? What do I need to do? I added Dipper to the one thing. What, do I need to make... Oh, make a copy of it? Yes. Of which one? I need more details. What, add them to this one? They're already on it. Okay. Ooh, chair. Oh, you added a bunch of stuff to it. Ooh. Very cool. Okay. Well, I'm gonna be here if you want to come and say hi, chat. You should be able to join. P disband. Oh, I'm not at a party. Alright. You guys ready? Let me switch the game over. Actually, here, chat. I'm gonna go get you-know-who some snacks. So, I'm gonna get her some food really quick, but I'll be here. So, give me a smidgen. And then, when I get back, we begin. 1 second. I'm back. Lucy is taken care of, chat. Where do you guys think be the best time to tell me? Technically, he can go do a part of getting there when he opens the game. Interesting. A secret boss? You guys didn't tell me there was a secret boss? Oh! I am thoroughly excited. Alright. You guys ready? Hey, mute the music. Alright, here we go. Deltarune. Finally. Once we are done with Deltarune today, chat, we'll never have to play it again. This is our last day of Deltarune, probably. I don't know. We'll see. We are here. Okay. It's a door. Where will you go? You don't. That's funny. Welcome to Color Cafe. Let us warm your day. Butler juice. Ooh, chat. This is expensive. $1,000? Let's try it. Thank you, CJ Ridge. Thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. How do I exit? Don't be blue. We're here for you. Forgive me for not introducing myself sooner, young masters. I am Swatch, Our Lady Grace's head butler. When we are not attending to her needs, I am the Queen's other staff. Oh, hold on, let me change it. Playing Deltarune, day 4. Deltarune. There we go. Category changed. Use this room as our humble yet colorful gift shop / cafe. Please shop to your heart's content. We are eager. Thank you, CJ Ridge. Hello. We are eager to serve your any wish. Okay. Don't be blue. Please come again. We'll be waiting for you. It's a cybernetic bookshelf. There's a book here about shortcuts that open up later. Cybernetic bookshelf. There's a book here about shortcuts that open up later. Okay. Where do I go? This way? Oh, I see you have escaped from your room units. Who can blame you for wanting to see my glorious mansion? Oh, you won't want to take your eyes off this beautiful art. We're not here to look at your stupid pictures. Oh, it was not a recommendation. I was just warning you, Lamau. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Ah. Okay. Wait, what? Interesting. Fudge. Ooh. You found a revivement. Okay. Huh. Oh, we did it. Okay. Now I know you all are loving my mansion. By the way, are the closed captions working, chat, or did I not fix them? Just out of curiosity. Sorry about that. Can we turn the music up a bit? Yes. I know, I've asked that like 3 times. I think I've missed the answer all 3 times. Works for you? Okay, just checking. Kinda? Well, not the ones on the side. Those are the translations. Yes, sir. Thank you. Now I can catch up on my train ride from work easier. Oh, thank you, Vince. Now I know you all are loving my mansion. But we have a few rules around here for you to follow. 1. Wipe your shoes. 2. Have fun. And 3. Respect the pottery. 4. Have fun. 5. List entry duplication error. Uh-oh. Okay. Huh. Wait, what? Talked about the color of the summer sun shining on a beach. Swashling's color got a little bit warmer. It's now yellow. Susie mentions explosions. Got a little bit warmer. It's now orange. Mentions mint tea. A little bit colder. It's now orange. Thank you, young master. We feel so coordinated. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. 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 That was hard. You won! Pottery not respected. I'm guessing we should avoid it. Son of a gun. Alright. Warmify. Half warm. Talked about the steam of a fresh hot chocolate. Get a little bit warmer. It's now yellow. Hot peppers. Get a little bit warmer. It's now orange. Icy scarves. Turn a little bit cooler. It's now orange. Welcome, young masters. We prepared... Oh, they have to be the same color. Okay. Fudge. That's what it is. Alright. We'll spare 1. Oh, wait, what? I didn't... Oh, no. I can't spare any of them. Lure 2 stages? No. I think... No, I've got to do... Defend. Defend. Half cold. Mint tea. There we go. Thank you. We now match. Oh, fudge. Fudge. Ah, fudge. Ooh. Spare. Magic, heal prayer, I'll see. Okay, we'll heal. If I was bad, I'd just turn off closed captions. You should be able to turn them off. I just want them there because I want them for people who want to watch them. I'm not talking about the translations, chat. I'm talking about the captions. Anyway. I don't know. I want to switch them back to the old method. I'm using a slightly different method. Heal prayer. They're just super glitchy, though. Okay. I'm gonna look into it. I'll look into it. Well, you guys can turn them off, though, right? You should be able to turn them off yourself. No, you're good. Don't be discouraged. Oh, we did it. Okay. Nope. Yeah, if you can turn them off, don't worry about it. I'll try and fix them and get them back to normal tomorrow. The old OBS plugin I used broke, so I was trying to fix it live last stream and it didn't work. Then I tried before the stream started. I had to use a new method because the other method just wasn't working. Bam, bam. That was easy. Are you enjoying second chapter? At the moment, yeah. The painting is labeled task. It's pretty fun, I'm not gonna lie. Ad time, chat, see you in 30 seconds. What the muffin? Hello? Just in time for your appointment. Would you assist in organizing these paintings? How refined. Then the first question. Which painting's name is first alphabetically? I didn't look. Incorrect. It seems your organization is lacking. I didn't look at them. Okay. Let's see. Petting. Wait, did I do the right one? Beware of Susie. You pet task. Susie barked madly. Ralsei blinks at task. Ow, nom, 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 nom. Holy fudge. Oh my gosh. That was insane. Okay. What the fudge was that? Susie barked madly. Ralsei fell in line. Oh, here we go. Let's hope we can do it. Wrinkly clothing, let me whip it into shape. Oh my gosh. Fudge. Oh, fudge. Okay. Let's... Petting. Wait. And... Fudge. We should probably spare. Okay. Woo! There we go. We should be able to do it. Wrinkly clothing. Let me whip it into shape. Fudge. Oh, fudge. Okay. This is getting a little spicy. Taskmaster makes a list of her outfits for the next year. She only has one outfit. Alright. We need to do item. Choco diamond. Healing berries. Press. Magic. No. We'll defend. And then magic. Fudge, you can't use it. Fell in line. Use the Choco Diamond. Delinquent tendencies. Oof. It's just devious. Okay, let's do... Item... I don't really want to use this. And then magic. You can't heal. Spare. We'll just do that. We'll just try that. There we go. Alright. Nice. Painting is empty. Ah. Dang, we missed an opportunity. We could have done that. Heavy node. Oh no, let's not go back. Okay. Fudge. What is this, chat? Bad, I hope you know we might make it to play chapters 4 and 5. I am looking forward to 4 and 5. Does anyone know when 4 and 5 come out? Out of curiosity. Whew. Oh! Oh! No shot! Oh my gosh, that scared me. Oh, you became lost in the craftsmanship. There are a lot of statues here, chat. Inside was chainmail. This added your armors. Alright, we gotta see if this is any good. Equip. Okay. Okay, it doesn't look like anything is better than what we've got now. Is this it? Okay. Neat. Statue room. There's a secret switch in this room. It's probably in one of the statues. Ooh, you heard something opening. Oh. Wait, that switch was way more obvious. It has a lock that seems impossible to open. Huh? Huh. Neat. Okay. That's where... I don't think I can do the secret boss right now. Because, see, it says I need a key. So I don't think I can do it. Do you remember what Spamton said? I do not. What did he say? Is there something I have to do? Yeah, I'll try. Let's do it. Go all the way back to the dumpster? What? Go all the way back to the dumpster? Door opened. Trash! Trash zone! Found trash. Yeah, we tried the other boss. He was very hard. Muttering something about deals. Okay, I'm at trash zone. Oh. What? That's new. What? Gosh dang it. That's ridiculous. Alright, let's try again. Whew. Other way. Oh, I didn't know I could go any further. The door is unlocked. What? You want to go in by yourself? Whatever, do what you want.
Hey, Every. It's me, Spamton G. Spamton. Deal so good, it'll all myself. Key Gen. Potion. The big one. Big shot bow tie. Run away.
What? No shot. This doesn't work. Cut anything to pieces. Hold on. Let's see if I can get a deal. That son of a gun. Is everything else here a scam? Buy more. Let's make a deal. Chris, you little sponge.
I knew you'd come here on a Saturday night. After all, you want to be a big shot. But how? How can you be? Listen, I'm in the deep abyss of Queen's Mansion. A great deal is waiting for a limited time only, a heaven-piercing, workout-ready body. Designed by the classics you've come to expect. Chris, that little nipper, is our one-way ticket to make you big. Make me big. Before you know it, we will be taking a ride around town on our special Kungadero. Vacationing in burning acid while you soak in the hyperlink block. But Chris, don't breathe yet. The way is locked by high-quality encryption. You will never get inside. Wait, Chris, look. Hear those balloons? You are our 100th customer. As a commemorative ring, I will let you buy Keygen from me at the low, low price of... What do you think? It's such a steal. Take this deal, and you will die. It's that good. Buy the Keygen from me. Unlock the basement and get that empty disc. Mansion, basement, find it. Okay, what kind of creepy stuff were you buying anyway? Nah, like you even want to know. Yikes. She said she hoped if it was candy, you'd share with her. Shut up! Chris, candy. Yes, I love going to the trash part of town and buying candy from strangers. Nah, everybody knows that the best stranger candy is free stranger candy. Check if you have it. Oh yeah, we'll check. We got it. Or we leave. The best stranger candy. That was kind of funny. I ain't gonna lie. Chris uses the Keygen. Let's do it. Chris, you want us to stay here? Sure, whatever. Me and Rossi will have fun without you. Wait, should I have saved chat? Or is there a save point down here? A ghosty. You opened the treasure chest. Inside was $1 dark dollar. Huh. Ominous. This is scary. Huh. Interesting. Okay. I am fascinated so far. Aww. Sounds like a force field powering down. Now I gotta walk all the way back. Okay, I guess it's kind of setting the mood, so it works. Oh, fudge. What the actual fudge? Oh my flipping... What the fudge? What? What? What the fudge? That's actually mind-blowing. Holy muffins. That's not fair. That's basically hacks. Bad, you need to dodge. Dodge! I don't want to hear anyone say the word dodge. You can do it. Alright, let's lock in, don't worry. Third time's the charm, chat. Here we go. Fudge. Holy fudge. Dodge! I know there's shadows. Thank you, chat. Thank you. I don't think I like this boss anymore. You didn't even move? I thought I could tank it. Apparently not. This is painful, chat. Whoever put this here might actually be the worst. Well, I'm sure I can take a handful of hits, chat. You got this. Here we go. This is it. This is the one. We get a little bit further each time. Every time we get a little bit further. Here we go. See, the problem is, like, when I get through the one thing, I end up on the wrong side. So I end up trying to, like, go back to the other side. I love judging, knowing that I would hold still when you mess up. It's easier said than done. Do it with your eyes closed. Good idea. Fudge. I went the wrong way. Fudge. This is ridiculous. Who puts something like this in a game? If I exit and come back, am I gonna be stuck here? This is so annoying. Like, this is getting to a point where I'm like getting really annoyed. All my homies hate the teacups of war. You guys knew this was here, and you still sent me on this journey. Brrrr. I know. I hit a point where I like started moving with it, but I was moving into it, so it was just brrrr. That's the worst. That's the worst when you hit it. Like, the way this is set up, when you do the pattern, if you're perfect, you're still gonna like ram into it if you are in the wrong spot. But there's nothing we can do. Like, that's basically just luck at that point. Like, that's just bad luck. But nothing I can do on that. Here we go. You don't need to get them all bad. I'll remember that. I thought I had to.
To lock in. Pretend they're the hopeful romantic suitors you have to dodge every day.
That's fair. I do have a lot of those I have to dodge. Woo! We did it. Alright. Woohoo! Never give up. Never surrender. All right, here we go. By the way, while you're here, everybody, just double check, make sure you're following. There's something shining inside the old machine. Take it. Yep. The empty disc was added to your key items. Thank you, Vol Pixie. Thank you for the Prime sub. 6 months. Happy 6 months. Thank you, thank you. Wait, what? Now go back to Spamton? Are you serious? So much work, chat. Come on, Susie. Give me my glasses back. Oh, look at me. I'm a big dweeb that loves homework. Come on. Fine. Take them back. Thank you. Oh, Chris. Everything okay? No. Whatever. Let's go. Back to Spamton. in the trash zone. Why is there so much walking? Why do games have so much walking, chat? Has anyone ever thought about that? Hey, it's me, Spamton G, Spamton. Chris, you did it, you funky little worm. You brought me the disc. Hochi Mama, I can feel that smooth taste already. Now, Chris, don't be greedy. Hand over the disc. Then we will transfer. My hyperlink blocked. Then, Chris, after this is very, very important. Go back and put the disc back where you got it. Do that, and you have my special guarantee. I will pass my savings on to you. Every big, every shot, every hyperlink blocked. All yours, Chris. So what do you say? Big shot, big shot, big shot. Warning, if you consent to the terms and disagreements, our store is permanently closing down. Finally, I knew you would. Request accepted. Chris, here I go. Begin the transfer. You wouldn't download a car, would you? Why is it? It's frozen, chat. Oh. Boom, 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 boom. You wouldn't download a car. Good gosh, all this walking is so annoying, chat. Oh, now they can come? Maybe? I am sprinting, chat. This is all speed, chat. Hey, this looks like Spamton. Put the disc into the broken down mechanism. Nothing happened. You tapped the mechanism. Nothing happened. You shook the mechanism. You hit it. You kicked it. Nothing happened. Second I walk away, something's gonna happen. Huh. It's gonna be like right now. There it is. Holy Gungaduru, do I feel good? Here I am, Chris. Big, bigger and better than ever. This power is freedom. I won't have to be just a puppet anymore. Or so I thought. What are these strings? Why am I not big enough? I'm still dark, so dark. Oh, Chris. Chris. That's right, I need you to be big with me. Very, very big. So big we'll stand up tall and see past the dark. Stand up with our heads in the clouds and look into heaven. I just need that little soul you have. Thank you, Elizabeth, for the 10 gifted. Hi. Oh, no. Oh, no. Pew! Chris! Are you taking candy from strangers and not giving any to me? The hell was that weirdo? Chris, we were worried about you, so... Chris, you have friends? Why don't you tell them about my 3-for-1 special? Today, the whole family can take a ride around town. Beep, 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 beep. Oh. Attention customers, clean up on aisle 3. Someone left their souls lying around. Oh, what do I do? Swing. Oh. Chris, was that a big shot just now? Thank you, Elizabeth, for the 10 gifted, by the way. You're super sweet. Thank you, thank you. Everybody give Elizabeth a round of applause, please. Thank you, Elizabeth. Sorry. Thank you very much. You're too sweet. Seriously. Hope you're having a good day, guys. Hope you're having a good day, Elizabeth. Thank you, thank you. Let's go. We need to get that trail cam chat. Chris. Oh, wait. Chris, was that... Are you enjoying Deltarune, Elizabeth? Chris, was that a big shot just now? Wow, I'm so proud of you. I could kill you. Heaven, are you watching? It's time to make a very special deal. You snapped a wire. Chris, isn't this body just heavenly? 3x the firepower, 2x the water power, and best of all, flying heads. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Holy fudge. Holy fudge. Okay, now I get it. Hold and release Z to fire a big shot. Okay. Hold on. We'll turn those Schmoes and Daves into Rosen Graves. Those cathode screams into cathode screams. Spamton turns to the audience and laughs. No shot! This dude's gonna take forever to level up. Everyone snapped wires. Chris, don't you want to be a part of my beautiful art? Or did you need a little special tour? Whew. Spamton appeals to the audience with a festive jig. Holy fudge. There we go. Whew. You snapped a wire. Susie snapped a wire. Rousey cast heal prayer. It's calling, Chris. My heart. My hands. Whew. There is no audience. Oh my gosh, this is really hard. Item. $2%? Oh my gosh. Chris, can you really look in my eyes and say no? Look in my eyes, look in my nose, look in my mouth. Holy fudge! Oh, this dude is impossible. Okay, we'll try this. Might be able to do it. I can't stand it. I think I'm gonna have a heart attack. Holy fudge! Oh my gosh. A 7%. Chris, I'll even give you a free value. Oh, fudge, is it? Fudge. Friends, Chris, what are you talking about? You don't need friends. I can make my hands into phones. Oh my flipping gosh, I just can't do this. I don't have enough items, chat, and I can't dodge him. Chris, think, what are my eggs going to do? I don't think I can beat him, chat. He's too strong. Come on, that's all you got. Chris, get up. Should we take another attempt at it, chat? Oh, wait. What do you think, chat? People are saying to use Fluffy Guard. I don't know what Fluffy Guard is. Get more items first. You know what? I think we can get further. Chat, if we can't get further, I'll call it.
I'm gonna see if every time I can get just a little bit further. Basically, in order to get through them, I have to do 7. What's 100 divided by 7, chat? What is that? I need to do that amount. 14. I need to get him like 14 times. Let's do it. What? How did I take damage? Oh, fudge! They attacked from... I literally didn't think they attacked. Ugh. Honestly, we should just die. I'm not gonna get out this easy. Orbiting shield. Ooh. Alright. We'll turn their schmoes and Daves into Rose and Grades. I'm not gonna read the dialogue, chat. Fudge. Ugh. I feel like our defense is not high enough. Is the problem. Plus 3%. Okay. Fudge. Fudge. I swear, whoever is the person who's done this with 0 damage is amazing. Chris, could you really look in my eyes and say no? Holy fudge! Oh my gosh. Carry into this. What? 438. We're only at 38, chat. All right, here we go. Fudge! What the actual muffin? This is so hard. I have no idea how to get past this. Chat, this boss is nuts. Are you sure this isn't easier on the controller, chat? I feel like this would be easier on the controller. I didn't even make it. How far did we get? We got to like 45%, I think. Maybe we just don't have enough items. It probably is easier. You might be right. Oh, wait. Hold on. For me, it's easier on the controller. I feel like it's easier to, like, maneuver. What do you think? Should I try with the controller? Where did my controller go? What armor do you have? No, the boss doesn't have to be done. I'm just trying it. All right, last attempt, chat. Here we go. This is our last attempt. Let's do it. In this boss. If we can get to like above 70%, I'll feel good about this. Fudge, there's a delay. Ugh, there's a delay. Son of a gun. Fudge. Alright. Let's see. We'll do item for Susie. And then we'll do item. We'll do magic snap. And then we'll do magic heal prayer for Chris. All right. %, chat. Whew. Fudge. 36%. We're doing better, that's for sure. I'm gonna save the revivement.
for him. Ah. Okay, let's get more of those. Fudge! Holy fudge. Ugh. Okay. Fudge. Okay, I gotta survive this. Fudge. How far did we get, chat? Did anyone see it? I think we did pretty good on that one. I feel happy with that one. I feel like we did pretty good. We definitely got the furthest. It was over 50%. I just don't think we have enough healing items to beat him. 60? Yeah, that's pretty good. If we had like 4 more healing items, I think we could beat him. Alright, we're gonna head back. Because I don't feel like continuing down this journey. Let's go! This way. Here, we'll save here. That was pretty fun. Yeah, with a few more heals, I feel like we could do that. We need like, I think 4 more heals. Yeah, I think we can come back at another time and take him on. Man, I almost want to do just a... Should we just go for the heals? I feel like with enough... Let's see what we can buy. We need more armor. I don't even think armor will help. I'm gonna make one more attempt, chat. I think we can win with this. Thank you, Tango, for subbing with Prime. Happy 24 months. 2 years, chat. Tango just hit 2 years. Holy fudge. Oh my goodness. Happy 2 years. Let's flip and go. Yay, T-Goth! Happy subiversary! Alright, chat. I bought a bunch of stuff. We're gonna make an attempt. tinker with. Aw. Tina! Tina, I'm gonna beat this guy right now for you. Yep, here we go. Did I mess up my armor? Use mannequin, please. Are you sure? I feel like that lowers my defense. All right, let's do it. Here we go, chat. Be a big shot. Chris. We're gonna win, chat. Let's go. Okay. Oh, there you go. Fudge. That one's super annoying. Fudge. Fudge.
Let's try that. Oh. Huh. 56% chat. Can we do it? Fudge. I'm almost out. Fudge is different. Fudge. Sacrificial round. $68. Here we go. What the actual fudge? What the actual fudge shot? Ah. Oh, huh.
Oh, this is it, chat. Oh, what? I literally zoned out for a second. I'm dumb, chat. What the fudge? Oh, fudge! What? What just happened? Oh, why'd I do that? I should have healed Ralsei. Ah, fudge. Wait, the presses? My wires, they're almost gone. Chris, you're gifting me my freedom. Chris, after everything I did to you, after all the unforgettable deals, free chromer I gave you, you're finally repaying my generosity. Chris, I understand now the greatest deal of all. Friendship! Chris, my days as a long-nosed doll are over. Cut that wire and make me a real boy. Are you watching, Evan? It's time for Spamton's comeback special. And this time, I live for myself. No. Myself and my friends. Here I go. Watch me fly, mama. Oh my gosh, that's crazy. Be a big shot. Be a big shot. Be a big shot. Wires were the friends we made along the way. It seems, after all, I couldn't be anything more than a simple puppet. But you three, you're strong. With a power like that, maybe you three can break your own strings. Let me become your strength. It was the friendship we made along the way. You got Shadow Crystal, you got Dealmaker. Ooh. Let's see what we got, chat. Ooh. Wow. Hold on. I had like Glow Wrist before. chainmail? Was it frayed bow tie? Yeah, we'll do Maker. I was gonna save that for another one, but wait, dang it. Okay. Think we're good, right, chat? I don't think it matters about upgrading the weapons. We did it! We did it, chat. Let's go. Should we put this on another save just in case we need to come back? We have 2 duplicates. So let's put this on another save just in case. Because we spent all our money on healing items. There we go. Here we go! That was for you, Tigueth. Happy 2-year sub-anniversary. I told you I was gonna do it. And I did. ... Hey, so are we seriously not gonna talk about any of that? That was gosh darn weird. Puppets, strings, hands? What the heck does any of that mean? And the way he just broke. I don't think it meant anything, Susie. What the fudge? It seems like it was just a corrupted program. Aren't we all just corrupted programs, chat? He turned into our ally, so let's just accept it. Chris, you've got goosebumps. You okay? I just want to go home and play Fortnite. Ugh, my mom keeps making me go to school. She says she wants me to be a doctor, but I just want to go get an art degree. Gosh dang. Chris, are you okay? You're yelling. What? There. Everything's alright. Don't think about what happened too hard, okay? Just take some deep breaths and think about something you like. Something nice. I'll be right next to you until you feel better, Chris. Guess Ralsei's right, Chris. Whatever just happened, I guess, maybe it didn't mean anything. I don't know why you came here, but let's just be glad you didn't get killed, huh? Just, tell me next time you're gonna do something stupid like this, okay? No kiss. Good gosh, there's so much. Literally, like that moment, I thought we were gonna get a hug. You guys know the meme? Now kiss. You know that meme. Okay, where do we go to move on? Where do we go? My brain is not working. Do we go up here? No, we go this way. Fudge. What way did we come in? You should save. I guess I should. Floor 3 for the Noel plan. Okay, let's see if I have any money. I do not have enough money to buy anything. Oh, we're in trouble. It's this way. You've got to be joking. Why did we go back in here?
Okay, this is kind of funny. Susie's intentionally stomping the pottery. Okay, this is funny. Do I get something if I destroy everything? No. Right, chat. Let's do... Oh. Dang it. What is wrong with me? How do I go back to the previous save, chat? I just want to go back. Dang it! Alright. Ooh, wait. Chat, we just got money. Hold on a second. May work out for us in the long run. Gosh darn it, I'm supposed to be avoiding these. Welcome to the 2F dinner party, section 8. Please help yourself to anyone's food. There's supposed to be another guest here, but they're late. They called and said something about blue check marks. Oh yeah, whatever happened to Birdly? Couldn't agree more. Send error report. Send error report. I am Mouse-a-million. I stand leaps and inches above all other mice. Only Newbert remains above me. Still. Newbert's moving up in the world. Easy game, easy life. Yeah, that's pretty clever. Okay. Oh me, oh my, the kitchen is infested with vermin. I knew we shouldn't have properly finished dumping all the cheeses in the alleyway. Ouch, ouch. The mouse can't get me up here, even if the ouch, ouch stove is burning my feet. Mouse, mouse, and it's not wearing a wig. The cheese. Okay. Mouse wheel spins in you. Oh. Holy fudge. You caught them. Hmm. 24%. Son of a gun. Come on. 28%. How am I not done? Fudge. Fudge. Nice. We'll take it from here. Yeah! You won! Got 0 XP and $278. And it was a dead end. There was nothing. Mice are rolling. One F. Easy game, easy life. Son of a muffin. We're back here. Oh. Yes. All right, let's head back up. I know, I don't know why it's called butt juice. Son of a gun. It's locked? What's with this giant empty room anyway? Welcome to my extravagant dining bonanza! Oh, only one of these delicious platters has the key, I'm sure. Searching will be an addicting game of chance. How the heck are we supposed to search all of these? What's this one? Seriously? This one. This one. Error! Results key not found. Did you mean give up? All the platters got mixed up again. Error, results key not found. Did you mean give up? Hey, Chris, isn't there something else we can do? Error, results key not found. Did you mean give up? This is the world's worst find the button. Yeah. The door is locked. So if the keys genuinely get mixed up each time, shouldn't I just be able to check like 3 of the same spots and eventually it'll wind up here? Like, theoretically, the key should eventually randomize into one of these. Chat, help me not waste time here, just for the record. I don't like wasting time, so just tell me, like, is there actually a key? Try wandering around. Oh. Hey, there's something under this one. Don't try to run away, you little... Oh. Hey, wait a sec. Oh. Oh. Swing, swing. Okay, this is kind of fun. We found it! There's the key. Now we just have to... It broke it? Okay. Haha, that was so awesome, or what? Maybe minus the blatant destruction. Let's go, Chris. We're almost at the 3rd floor. I just had to make sure. Okay, let's go over here first. Son of a muffin. Let's go. You won 414 bucks. We're getting cash money, chat. Do I get anything for doing this? I need to know. Oh! Glow shard! Let's go. 0 damage, chat. Oh, bad. Stop taking damage. Preventing backtracking. Video is someone creating a strange pillar of smoke. There's so much smoke it's hard to tell who it is. The Queen has been very interested in this video recently. Where the night creates the fountain by its own hand. Well, it's that and Cyber City's funniest home videos. Okay.
Chris, Susan, glad to see you arrive unwounded. Now, let us hasten. Through here is a secret passageway to the roof. There, we can rescue-fy Lady Noelle. Okay. Let's go, Chris. Oh, Chris? Chris, you and your lackey distract Queen. Let's go, Susie. Just the two of us. Fine, whatever. Chris, do you think of me as your lackey? Huh? You mean, you think of me as more than a lackey? Sure. Susie has gone into a book hole with Birdly. You are filled with the power of book holes. Alright. The statue of Birdly is wedged in the toilet. You glance back at the bathroom door sign. The sign has a silhouette of a Birdly statue. Everything checks out. Oh, that's funny. When are they gonna be done in there? A giant lake of acid. Oh, you mean the free pool? No, I saved to the right slot, don't worry. You will learn to love it like family. Why do you have this? It is my mansion's energy source and fun to drink. Bye-bye, ha ha ha. How should we pass this? Wah. I suppose this works, haha. Now we have to think of... Oh, I'm so distracted right now. We have to think of a way to distract the queen. What are these little houses? Just tropical villas for my guests. Isn't that thoughtful? How would anyone fit inside? Shrink from the acid. Chris, get the banana. Chris isn't going to do what you say. That's okay, Chris. It's good for you. Potassium is very good for you. Looks like we're coming up on a tunnel. Chris is so stoic. Chris never says anything. Huh? There's something blocking the way. Maybe we can find some way to get rid of this? A giant hand. Sure would be nice to be pet by something. Something like that. Okay. Good for you, Ralsei. Okay. Okay. I tried to design a puzzle like this once. Mice found $1. You didn't get any. Okay. Mice found $20. You didn't get any. What? Huh. Sounds like the bridge was raised. Dear guests, please note our mice will turn at every crossing. Our vermin have been specially handpicked for... Oh, okay. Wait, should we go back, chat? Did we miss the castle thing? Oh, okay. Looks like the hand is out of the way now. Let's go. Did we miss something, chat? I feel like we missed something right here. Okay, never mind. Jiggle jiggle. Oh, I should have just had Ralsei defend. Wait, why are their attacks faster than they were originally? Maybe not. We did it! Inside was revive dust! Yes! We needed more of that. Okay, was there anything over here we need to get to? I feel like... yeah, there was. What? What was that? Thank you for your help. I'd gone up there to do a little house cleaning and got stuck. I suppose we'll just have to let it go this once. What? 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 What a strange... Okay, there's so much stuff in this game, chat, that is like... just like... you know what I mean? Like, it just makes no sense why you would add, like, that little detour. But it's funny. It's just, there's so much of it where I'm just like, why? Why that whole little, like, tour? It was there was no point. There were no items. It was just, like, a silly little scene. It's super, I love it, but it's silly. Chris? Hey, Chris? Is it strange to say it's nice spending time alone with you like this? I wish I was alone playing Fortnite. I'm happy hearing you say that, Chris. When we first met, I was so nervous about first impressions. I even hid my face so you wouldn't see. How do I even be a friend? All I have to do is be nice, is what I thought. But I'm starting to realize being friends is more than that, isn't it? Susie, sometimes she isn't nice at all. She's selfish, she's rude, she's a sarcastic. But isn't it wonderful that she's her? Is what I started thinking today. And of course, Chris, it's nice that you're you. I want to be sarcastic so bad. It's nice that you're you. Huh? No one's ever said that to me before. I mean, everything's a first for me, but hearing it from you, it means a lot, haha. I just wonder what being Rossi like even is. Sorry, haha. I got off track. Let's just enjoy the ride, Chris, haha. Up the swan flips over and dumps us in the acid. Whoa, Chris, look at all those houses. I wonder what'll happen if we change their color. Ha, thou'st words, realist thoughts. Thou'st hast seen it, the latest of me. Oh no, not this guy. Chips ahoy, landlubbers! Thou readieth to visit David Jones's locker? Could you not speak with more than one accent? Yeah, I bet he's gonna turn to stone, chat. Yeah, alright. Oh, Mr. Roxels, I just remembered. Lancer, he's not well. Oh dear, didst thouest trieth burping with him? Perhaps I'd give him a sip of medieval ginger ale. Wait! I have not time to spare on such frivolities. I must conquer this islandeth, and defeatest thou, then giftingeth her succulent island presents. The beauteous queen shall reward me by making me her left-hand man. Ha, me, the ultimate minion, now beholdeth the form of thou destroyer. Whatever this thing is, this again? Haha, squirming with jealousy at my battle. Caravan, 'tis an effigy of an ancient god of combat. I rescued it from the king's trash heap, and it fixed it up in this world's scrap shop. That's just a duck. I knoweth what it art, ruffian. Go forth, my squeaky ducky. That's wild, chat. Playing with Z? No shot. Take house. Finished. No shot. The rules pronounced rules are simple. Whoever has the most houses wins. Holy fudge. Oh my gosh. I'm taking so much damage. Smells like a model house set. Can I take houses? Can I take houses that are like far away? No. Finished. Ralsei distracted, but it failed. Soon victory will be mine, and Queen will make me her left-hand man. Good attack. Smells like a model house set. Okay, let's take a house. Wait. Oh! Wait. What did I do? Oh no. Finish. What happens if we win? Uh-oh. What the fudge? Okay. Take house. Magic. Distract. Okay, let's think, chat. Let's do this. Pretty sure this isolates him off. I don't think he can get any more. Stop! Stop building at houses! I have to win! That was Thrashest off the port bow! Dang it. I wonder what happens if I get hit by that. I'm curious. Rossi distracted. Let's go. Fly, ducky mine! Dang it. Solveth my puzzle, yon mateys. It seemeth the game has been overed, and lo, I have at the no shot. Really? Oh wait. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. Ah, yeah, he's got more. You won? Wait, so he won, but I won? Finally, I've won! Yeah. How doth it feeleth, worms, to be bestedeth by the bestie? By the best, to be laid low by the Duke of Puzzles. Ah ha ha! Ah 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 ah! What happens now? He turns to stone. Wait for it. What? What? You had more houses, so what does that even do? Ha ha! Gladeth thou asked. You don't have any plan, do you? Shutteth yon uppeth, and behold my trueth power. Behold, worms, the real power of Rules card. And yep, knew it. Gosh! Oh, darn it. Ah, that's right. Rules isn't compatible with this world either. Well, let's go, Chris. No! Please, don't leave me here. I'm crying. Do you not care? Fine, just know I'm gonna die. I'll starve. You're going on without me. It's Rules card. Thank you, chat. Looks like the ride's almost over, Chris. You can still come back for me. Please don't leave me here to die. The island is dissolving. I'll fall into the acid. Oh, there's a camera. Should we, pose? Help! There's only half the island left. I'm chewing on the house. It's a flotation device. Let's see what happens. Chris? Oh, the acid! It burns! Oh, the stone! It does nothing to protect me! Did it really take a picture of that? Oh, my flesh! Help me! Help me! You can still save me! Oh, the acid! Oh, the stone! It slows the burning, but it doesn't stop it! It's extending my suffering! Let's keep going. Please, I beg of you, turn the swan around and save me. You can still pull me out. Please, please, help, have mercy. Do you not have any mercy? Art thou just going to leaveth me here? Thou art even going to showeth me the picture?
That was a nice boat ride, wasn't it, Chris? Let's go. Chris, are you wondering how Susie's doing right now? Are you sure? It might be interesting. You aren't wondering at all? Perhaps if you could potentially see it, would you want to? Well then, why don't we close our eyes and think about what she's doing now? What a strange moon. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. This world. I wish Des could see this. Is somebody there? Oh no. Wait, what are you? Hey, you can't capture someone who's already captured. Psh, psh. Susie, you saved me. Ha ha ha. Don't get used to it. Oh, okay, I won't. Cool moon. Yeah. But it's weird, isn't it? How did we get here? No, what even is this place? It's, you're, just having a dream. Huh? Oh, that's right. Right, if you're here, it must be a dream. Oh, snap. What? I mean, the real Susie probably wouldn't save me, would she? She probably doesn't care about me at all. Huh? Why would you, think that? She doesn't care about anybody. She's so tough and strong, and she has large muscles, and she's so brave. Well, fair, but, did you ever wonder why Susie never picked on you? Sigh. All the time. I wish Susie would pick on me, to include me with everybody else, but Susie singles me out and treats me with decency and respect, and it really gets on my nerves. Maybe it's 'cause when, she first came to class, you lent her one of your pencils. Like a dumb, candy cane looking one or something. And even though it didn't actually taste like candy, she, remembered your smile and, decided to spare you, you know? That's, really specific. Yeah, well, wait, did you say you ate the pencil? I mean, look. Hey, so do you dream about me a lot? Well, time for me to get back to my project, haha. Okay, Susie, hit me with your axe and wake me up. Wait, no, I can't do that. Huh? Why not? It's just a dream, so... I mean... Didn't you wanna, hang out some more? I guess Beardly can wait a little longer. Alright, let's get out of here then. All we gotta do is head to the right, over to this, over here on this, heart-covered Ferris wheel. What's the gosh darn hold up? Get on already. Sorry. Bro. What the hell am I supposed to do here? Darn it, Chris would know what to do. Actually, maybe Chris wouldn't know what to do. So, Ferris wheels, huh? Kinda makes you wonder what car they were built for. It's different than riding one with Chris. The hell's wrong? Are you scared of heights? No, I love heights, haha. You're, shaking. Well, maybe I'm a little scared, but to be honest, I actually like scary things. What do you mean? When we were little, me and my sister would stay up and go past our bedtime watching horror movies. At first I cried, but now it's like watching them makes me feel comforted? Comforted? I guess I do like slime and blood. It's scary, but I can just turn it off, right? Now it's mostly people that are scary, haha. You could just say you mean me. No one understands me. Oh wait, wrong character. Haha. Well, I guess you too, but that's what's nice about you, you know? Nice? What the hell does that mean? You're, the good kind of scary. You aren't afraid to, you know, break the rules? I wish I could do crazy stuff like you. So, if you could do something crazy right now, what would you do? Well, I jump out the window. Oh my gosh. It's a dream, right? I grow big angel wings and fly as far as I can, gazing back at it all. The skyline shining like holiday lights. That's kind of beautiful. Wait, you wouldn't seriously jump out, would you? Ha ha ha, no promises. Susie? What do you think, looking out there? But, me? Say no to romance, chat. Seeing everything small makes me feel like, if I was Susie Zilla or something, I could wreck the whole city. Ha ha ha. Susie. Heh. What? Is being Susie Zilla something you think about a lot? Like... No, I just made it up now. Does your tail always do that when you lie? Hey! Don't look at that! I don't have a tail. It's part of your dream. Oh, right. Sorry. Guess I'll just have to check in real life, too. Hey! Don't! Susie, everything okay? Look, I just don't like people knowing about it. Well, I think it's, a nice tail. Whatever. It's wagging. Oh my gosh, shut. What the fudge? You stopped shaking. Guess I got comfortable. Me too. Well, that wasn't too bad. Yeah. Sigh. If only I could dream like this every day. Maybe. It doesn't have to be a dream, you know? Susie? Maybe Maybe someday we could. No. No. Hold on, I just tabbed out for a second, chat.
Noelle, my lady, the cavalry has arrived to rescue you.
Oh, the good part of the dream is over. It's fine. Birdley's gonna help. We're allies.
Yes, don't worry, Noelle. I'm stupid now.
He's good. Look, I gotta go save the day now, alright? Huh? Good luck, Susie. Alright, Nugget Boy, it's up to you now.
Leave it to me, my dear Susan.
Yeah, whatever. May the smarts be with you.
She left before I could. Noelle, it's hard to say this. You've done so much for me, and Noelle, I'm sorry.
Birdley, you're actually apologizing. Thank you. I understand, you know. You've always been nice to me when it's just the two of us. You just wanted to make a happy world for me. I'm glad you realized, it sucked.
Oh.
Huh?
I mean, yes, I was, in a way. Apologizing for that. But I also wanted to apologize for leading you on.
Oh no, Shot! What the fudge? What the fudge?
I know you always help me out because, well, you had a crush on me. So,
what?
Oh, sorry. Please, don't be embarrassed. Not everyone can resist Birdley. It's understandable, but I have to tell you, I really value your friendship, okay? So I feel I had to pretend to reciprocate those feelings.
This is awesome. What? But I never.
Furthermore, I think I may have discovered
someone else for me.
Please don't be jealous. Susie.
What? 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 So that's why. Geronimo! Ha! Miss me? Of course not. Just kidding. That was sarcasm. I missed you. Man, we gotta work on your delivery. Anyway, let's go. Everyone is together, but the wind blows coldly. You are filled with a certain power. Boop, boop, boop. Of course.
Is there a difference? Strongly blocks the way. Uralsi whispered sweetly to the werewire. It pretended not to care, but Axe became more effective. Susie snorted, "Chuh!" Holy flipping muffin. It pretended not to care, but Axe became more effective. Whew, that's wild. It pretended not to care, but Axe became more effective. Heh. Fudge. We did it. We did it, chat. There we go. I want to save my items. Let's see what's over here. You gotta be joking. Wait, this is where the queen is? What? I thought I was going to an Easter egg. Queen! Stop right there. Oh, my sweet idiot children. You are just in time to witness my world domination. With Noelle in my possession, it is only a matter of time before her will turns, and she unleashes her power, blanketing the world in... Too late. Language. Noelle's with Birdly. Oh. Then who this? Birdly. But he's been... intercepted! My control plugs are now suitable for teenagers. Ho, ho, ho. Now the whole family can enjoy eternal servitude. Sort of regal, mostly cruel laughter. Ho, 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 ho. Wait, then where's Noelle? Laughter becomes... Oh, I wonder. I actually know the answer. Enough already. Oh dear. I do sincerely quite like you two. It would be a shame to force you to serve me. An enjoyable shame. No. We can't allow this. Everyone loosens Birdly. Queen, think of the Lightners. Aren't we supposed to make them happy? Is that not what I am doing? Oh, fudge. He's got a very annoying attack. Smells like overclocked high heels. Let's do defend. Here we go. Nice. Think lighters have already been enslaved by me and my kin. What the muffin? That glass of acid is generating her shield. So, you gonna drink all that? No, this is all mine. You can't have it. Queen sips from her acid. Each day, they spend hours worshipping in glowing rapture. Our screens of funny animals and candied games. What the fudge? It literally... We got Uno reversed. But we still made it. Everyone toasted to Queen. Queen sips from her acid. Oh! Staring, tapping to receive joy. Staring, tapping to avoid pain. Wow, this hits, chat. The Queen defenseless. Oh, snap. Okay. Yes! The wire was cut. Rousey cast Heal Prayer. Until recently, when the town's internet disappeared. Now the refuge they take in the screens will slowly fade. Gosh darn it. Fudge. Everyone toasted to the Queen. Queen sips from her acid. Glug glug. Well, then who will help her? Her strange and sad searches. Who will answer them? It's what I wondered until the night appeared and created this wonderful world of darkness. Ooh, a night? Fudge, that was a hard one. Pretty cool how we're gonna kick your butt. It's a good thing I have no standards for this. Queen sips from her acid. Yes. Now, the path is clear. All I have to do is expand this dark world. Oh, this is a clever one. The skyline echoes with regal laughter.
You made a memorable and charming toast to Queen. Wow, spoken like a real trucy. Why did they make it so emotional? Susie made an offensive toast to the Queen. Queen sips from her acid. Oh, then with the world covered in darkness, no one will have to suffer anymore. Can we do it, chat? That's the $1 million question. Instead, everyone can live in my perfect mansion, every day blissfully worshipping me like we both deserve. Oh, fudge. Drama! Oh, fudge. Oh, snap. I really should heal everyone again. Magic. Your soul shined with its power on Ralsei. Susie, listen, one of Birdley's wires. Ralsei cast dual heal. Now, stop resisting and welcome the new age of darkness! Whew. Oh, snap. Dang. Got 3 of them, I'll take it. Ralsei loosens one of Birdley's wires. We won't let you control everyone with your wires. Whoa, when did I say I would do that? Not this again. Oh my gosh. Fudge. I swear, whoever does a no damage run of this is like actually amazing. You're literally controlling Birdley now. Oh yeah, that's just for him only. Respect it. I actually respect it. Woo. Queen sips from her acid. Why did you want one? No! Oh, fudge. This one's really annoying. Whew, dodged a bullet there. Your soul shined his power at Ralsei. Susie made an offensive toast to the Queen. Yes. Guys, I think I drank too much of this battery acid. Ages 3 and up. Say no to battery acid, kids. Toast. Magic heal. There we go. Enough, you foolish children! You may have survived my attacks regular, but I've been secretly downloading my ultimate move the whole time. Now perish in the bosom of my hellish reign! Download failed. Uh-oh. That's pretty good. Huh. Loosen.
don't think I can spare yet. No. Oh, here we go. Not bad, you foolish children. What the? What are you doing? Why isn't my control wire working? Thanks to my comrades' kindness, their mercy. Now, it's time for me to take my freedom. Queen, you may have mastered the number 3, but can you stand up against 4 of us? Running simulation for the number 4. You are definitely going to kick my butt. Unless... Oh no, what the... Wait 1 nanosecond. You coward it. You... Alas. Birdly. Haha. Just now was nothing more than simple bravado. The truth is that wire already absorbed all my succulent energy juices. Birdly, hey Birdly, are you okay? Everything getting dark. Only... I swear if he says what I think he's about to say. Only a kiss. I knew it. Only a kiss from a beautiful gamer girl can save me now. Don't everyone volunteer at once. Birdly. What? Like, get you're losing, like, consciousness and stuff, but could you speak up? Sorry, I'm feeling a bit better. Hey, that's a relief. Well, gotta hurry and save Noelle, so later. Dear Susan, so enigmatic in her ways, but I could read her heart, Chris, like a health meter, and it's beeping for love. Well, enough tales, Chris, good luck. May the smarts not be with you. Okay. Wow. Oh man, chat, that was that was something, I'm not gonna lie. That was really something. It's a bed. Go to sleep. Ooh, can we sleep? Chris, what if Noelle came in here? Yeah, what if she has ticks? Get out of there. It's a wardrobe. What if she has ticks? Get out of there. Oh man, that's awesome. From the search is Ice a real cryptid. It's a cross between icy and something else. Hey Chris, take this for your room. That would be stealing. You stole the icy statue for some reason. Okay. Whoa, this statue rocks. Hey Rossi, can we take this for my room? That would be stealing. You stole the Susie-like statue. There are all sorts of clothes inside. Never seen Noelle wear anything like this. There are catalogs of search results. Seems like most things can be made into objects. Okay. Oh wait, what's this? It's a calendar. Every page is the last month. Every day is the 25th. Okay. I'm guessing if we head down, we can come back up. Oh no, this is where we came up. Oh, okay, I see. Alright, we need to head back over now. Nice, we got the statues, chat. We got free stuff out of that. Restock your healing items. I didn't actually use any. Susan. Return to feast upon my sprightly visage. What? You look awful. Such dere is soon to my ears. What the hell are you saying? How about a kiss for luck? Stop mumbling. A kiss for me to change RNG? What the hell are you saying? Okay. A kiss for me to change RNG. That's hilarious. Oh, here we go. Let's go. The night. The roaring night. Today, it designed to create this world, reaching its long hand to the sky. It coursed its will into its blade, and made, thrusting the fountain from the earth. Unfortunately, the world they created is trapped within the confines of the library. If only we had a way to make... Oh wait, I'm reading the wrong voice. If only we had a way to make more darkness, we might be able to cover the whole world. That is when I realized this power of will, this power of determination. Is this not something Lightners? Something that all Lightners possess? If one was simply determined enough, could not anyone make a dark fountain? So then, if the night has taken its leave, then I will simply make a new one. Noelle, honey darling, sweetie gravy, how do you find the giant hand? Great, and how do you feel about world domination? Ooh, ouchie mama! Susie, you came to save me. Somehow, I knew you would. You did? Well? Wait! You need to get out of here, hurry! Huh? Oh my! Queen? Oh, it seems that you failed to notice the giant freaking robot in the middle of my palace! This isn't good. She's invincible like this. Huh?
She's been bragging about her final form all day. You think growing a few inches is gonna help? Yes. Are we cool to take over the world now? Susie, let's just give up and... But hell if we're giving up now. Susie? So what if you got another form? We've got one too. Please don't. Chris, Rousey, come on. Oh no, please don't. Not this again. What are you doing? This is our ultimate. Wait a second. Now that you mention it. Oh no, it appears I am evenly matched. I hope you won't mind if I don't hold back. Uh-oh. This is it. We're falling. Any bright ideas on how we're getting out of this one? We could try flapping our arms. Fear not. Your knight in glow-in-the-dark armor is here. My love, I am here to rescue you. Birdly! Chris, Susie, my energy is still too low to help your fight. So I found help for you. Behold, comrades. On your quest against Queen, you've made all sorts of buddies, right? Using our junk making skills, we modified everyone to work together. I shall also take credit for this. Yeah! Chris, Susie, behold the ultimate group project. Please don't. No, please no. Not this, no. With a splendid base, flashing lights, happy bravery, meow noise, my energy, squeak, tender loving care, fresh cooking, organization, Star Walker, and mostest of all, whatever this thingeth is. Finally, a worthy opponent.
Round one.
Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh, please be the boxing game. Oh, fudge. I didn't mean to do that. The time for words is over. Now the time. Alright, here we go. Duck mode. Sucky attacks, better dodge. Wait, do I punch this one, chat? Self-fix. Am I supposed to punch this one? Fight back? Okay. So this is no act. This is just fight. Fudge, I missed. Ah, just kidding. I would totally keep monologuing as I kick it. Your face! Oh, I can punch back here. Oh. Boom! The time has come for Noelle to realize her own strength, her own will, her own determination! Focusing into a blade, she will create a neo-dark fountain. Then another, then another. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. We need heal. Then when the world is covered in darkness, she and everyone else can live in bliss, free of fear and suffering. Uh-oh. Let's try again. Sorry, I totally didn't realize I could hit at first. Now that I know that, we should be fine. Okay. Pew. Oh, just kidding. Right. Focusing into her blade, she will make a new neo fountain. Ooh. She and everyone can live in bliss, free of fear and suffering. Fudge. Chris, Susie, why don't you help me too? Create the world of your dreams, also my dreams. Dang it. Susie! Bro, just let me karate chop you, and you can have as many skateboards as you want. Fudge. Yes. And Chris, my dearest Trucy, you can have as many... Okay, I don't remember what you liked. Ooh. I gotta use it. Hey, was there a third guy? Oh my gosh. Fudge. Act. Self-fix. Heals 100. Ooh, I didn't know I had this. Join me, and all of you will become super strong. Meanwhile, I don't need to improve because I'm already perfect and can shoot lasers from my fancy glass. Gosh darn it. Alright. Okay, I believe I've made my point. I'm gonna procedurally loop my dialogue now. Fudge. Please, no round 3. Oh gosh. Seriously. The time for words is over. Now's the time to fight only. Oh, please. Fudge.
have to do that. Ah, just kidding. What the fudge? I just am getting a beatdown, chat. It's so hard. She's not even telegraphing her moves anymore. That's the problem, chat. It's a very cool fight, but good gosh! And then it starts over. Okay, now I know that a little bit. I think I got this. I need to basically get through the first round with like no damage. Okay. Here we go. Nice. Okay, let's defend. Fudge. Son of a gun. Fudge! I keep looking for an opening, but I'm not finding any. Whew. Come on, we got this. Yes. Okay. We can make it, chat. Fudge, I didn't hold that. Defend. What the fudge? Come on. Fudge. Okay. Nice. Okay. Let's go. We're doing great. We can win this, chat. Holy fudge. We just got actually thrashed. Fudge. You've earned the right to remember what your fighting machine's true purpose is. To get your own butt thrashed by me with my final attack. Haha, bye. What the muffin? Yes. Battle power dropping. Overheat activated. Listen well. You may have defeated me, but I still possess one thing you three will never have. Detachable hands! Uh-oh. We're catching these hands, chat. Oh. Noelle! Darling! Honey! Sweetie! Gravy! Take the pin I gave you and stab the earth
creating our new supreme empire. What's wrong, Noel? I know it would make you happy. Or should I say, with the last 1% of my battery, crush Susie into 8 bits. Leave Susie alone. You think listening to you makes me happy? No, I'll never be happy. Not if I'm controlled by you. Why can't you understand that? Noel, perhaps my computations were miscalibrated. Huh? Noel, disregard me and, with your own power, choose the world that makes you happy. Queen? Queen, are you okay? Seems she ran out of battery power. Guess we can seal the fountain now, right everyone? Everybody? Queen. She said, choose the world that makes you happy. I don't want to live in a world ruled by her. But if that wasn't the case, I wonder if this world wouldn't be so bad. Huh? Susie, don't you think so too? Now that you mention it. Chris, isn't this world just better? We make so many friends here, you know? I've never had an adventure like this before. With axes and battles and magic. Where everything can be healed with a little spell. And no matter what happens, no one tells us what to do. Gosh, yeah. So even if things were really scary just now, I mean... So is there any reason not to? Not that I can think of. Me neither. Then Noel, let this be my real apology. What? Concentrating my will into this blade. I will make a new fountain. Oh no, please don't. Please don't, not you. And unleash a bright future. A future that shines for us. A future whose brightness is born from darkness. Stop! Oh, what in the world are you all doing? Well, we thought we would just stop. I mean, stop! Stop! Do you realize what will happen if you do that? I will just, You'll bring the roaring. When the light is subsumed by shadow. When the fountains fill the sky, all will fall into chaos. The Titans will take form from the fountains and envelop the land in devastation. Chaos? The surviving darkness, crushed by the darkness, will slowly
one by one, turn into statues, leaving the Lightners to fend for themselves, lost eternally in an endless night. Is that your idea of paradise? Oh, darn! I did not know that! You didn't? But your whole plan was to... I'm just a computer, Lamau. I don't know everything. I was just guessing based off the night's actions. Why the heck would I want to end the world? Well, that's relief.
I'm sorry, I... After everything, I just caused trouble for you again, Noel.
That's okay, Birdly. I understand. I thought about it while charging my battery. You cannot calculate other people's feelings.
Yeah, you understand how I feel?
Not really, Lamau. I just don't want Noel to be sad. Haha, well, I'm glad you two kind of get it now.
Guess we all made a pretty sweet team in the end.
No, we freaking didn't.
Can you let us go now?
Oh, yeah. Oh. Susie. Hey, you stood up to the queen. Not half bad. Really? Yeah. Just, guess you gotta wake up soon, huh? Huh? Everything got so intense, I forgot it was a dream. Then I just hope I get to have more dreams like this. Hey, Noel, when we wake up, well, I just wanted to say, well then, I suppose it is time for you all to exit. Running program tendergoodbye.exe. I will miss each of you. Noel, your unneeded honesty. Susie, your foolish bravery. Chris, your chill vibes. Bergley? It doesn't have to be goodbye, Queen. Chris can take you back to our castle town. You and all your recruits can live there. Oh! Cancelled. Deleting tendergoodbye.exe. Alright, time to do what we came here for. Hey, Noel. If you see the real Susie, just know that maybe she's... Look! She doesn't have a tail, okay? Okay, I got it. It's not a secret! Let's just go, Chris. I'm being pushed along, that's hilarious. We're just gonna steal from the computer lab, apparently. In the library, we're just gonna steal, I guess, is what's about to happen. Chris. It looks like we're here again, huh? The Roaring Night. Whatever they are, they're making these fountains. But is that really a bad thing? Since they started showing up, everything's gotten a lot more interesting, hasn't it? Well, we don't have to think about that now. I'm sure the next part of this story will come out within the next few years. Sure, it won't take longer than that. Chris, It's your turn. It was as if your very soul was glowing. Huh? What happened? Oh, it was a dream, wasn't it? A dream? That was all a dream? Of course, that must have been a dream. Such feelings, such thoughts. Oh, sweet Lady of Justice. To think I would ever think Susie would be. Susie? Susie, what are you doing here? You invited us to study, remember? Oh, right. What? Studying with them? Noelle. Heavens to yikes. They're... Well, I guess we could try it. My alarm? I'm going to be late for my shift with Mrs. Boom. Oh no, how is it that late already? Well, adieu, everyone. I must gather my book loggings. How I love the texture of freshly picked up books. Now let us hasten, my dear Noelle. Good day, Chris. Susie. Bye, Chris. And, bye, Susie. See ya? What? What? Are you looking for something? Nothing. Bye. The heck is her problem anyway? Way to treat someone who just saved the world. Chris. Hey, wait a second. Chris. Well, we just actually saved the world, didn't we? Dang it, we really are heroes. And no one even knows. Guess it's better that way though, right? People would freak out if they knew the world's in danger. Yo, kinda sucks Noelle has to forget too. Whatever, let's get out of here. Bruh. Looks like someone accidentally printed a lot of useless emails. Trash can. You get the feeling it doesn't have any friends. It's hard to explain why you feel this way about a trash can. It's a computer. The monitor is flickering brightly. Okay. The closet is spacious and full of old electronics. A large person could easily fit inside. It's a computer. The monitor is flickering brightly. It's full of many backup devices like extra mice, extra keyboard, or extra maracas. Looks like the library's state-of-the-art public laptop. Someone left it on. Okay, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to take anything. Various posters talking about internet safety. Oh, doesn't look like. A dolphin screensaver is advertising some type of malware. Alright. It's a computer. It's nothing but a blue screen. Looks like it crashed. Alright, well, okay. I guess there's nothing. The relatable trash can. Before you left, you gathered up everything in the room. Alright, we just stealing from the library. Awesome. That's good, I guess. I guess that's okay. Man, it got late, didn't it? Guess you should go home, huh? Alright. You don't have to say it. Don't want to walk home by yourself, huh? Well, if you're gonna make me, I guess.
Let's go. Hey, Chris, shouldn't we go check on Lancer? He should be back in the school closet, right? Let's go break into the school building, I guess. Oh, dear me. So this is your castle town. It's not bad, Chris, Susie. On behalf of everyone I oppressed, thank you. I am going to be your wacky roommate now. Oh my gosh. We live in a society. Chris, I bet you have a lot of people to talk to, but you don't have to do everything at once. Save and take a break anytime you want, okay? Thought about how you can't go back to the cyber world anymore. You considered this carefully. Should I save over this one, chat? Or this one? Just save here? I'll just save here, right? Alright. It's a manual. Manuals are for noobs. Alright, let's check on Lancer. Oh, hey guys, I'm a trash can. How about a strawberry cake as a room warming? There's a slice of cake in your fridge, Susie. Who's not cauldron fresh? How do we return Lancer to normal? Never mind. Susie, Chris, toothpaste boy. It's me, Lancer. Queen is teaching me all sorts of things about being a bad guy. She's like, how do I put this? A third father to me. A girl dad, if you will. You mean a mom? Go outside and play, Peach Boy. Peach Boy, haha. Welcome. This entire castle is now my room. I was gonna set up something upstairs. Why, I already have everything I could ever want. Friendship, fans, and a small round boy. Now go and play with your friends, Peach Boy. Peach Boy, Peach Boy. I keep ending up in this situation. Can't say I'm a fan, or can I? Oh no. Alright, let's see if the statues are there. There it is. This maybe isn't the best thing in your room. Heh, jealous of my cool statue, Chris? Huh? What? No, it's not me. It's just cool. Let's check in, Lancers. Some kind of digging implement. Honestly, the color scheme, Queen and Lancer do look alike. See if anyone's in jail. You may have bested me, but you'll soon face someone more fearsome. More tyrannical than you could ever imagine. Queen? We already met her. Whoa, what? Whoa, nice hamster wheel. So you do have come to humiliate me. No, I'm serious. It's cool. That water bottle, however, do not speak ill of the royal water bottle. It's nothing compared to the one at my mansion. materialistic as always. Wait, what? They know each other. Oh my gosh. Materialism evaluation denied. I simply give myself the treatment I deserve. You slept curled up on a dirty throne every day. Enough, wench. What purpose have you here, Queenie Beanie? Just thought I would send a message, Kingy Wingy. That you don't have to worry about Lancer. I will be looking after him from now on. After all, I am his mother. When was that decided? Arbitrarily, right now. Do what you please with the boy. But if he cries, bounce him on the ground like a ball. I think it is time to abort this conversation. As you wish. Oh, quite sorry. My king! Queen hath a new man about town now. Who? Yeah, who? I think I left my puzzle on. Post haste. Who was that? Sigh, that was my son's lesser father. Cannot calculate someone less than you. Be gone. Bye-bye, Kingy Wingy. By the way, did you want anything from the store? Cashews. Order processed. Wow, that's wild. We have nothing to discuss. It's so salty. Alright. Neat. Truly a wild family chat. Alright, let's get to it, chat. We can always come back later and examine some more memes. Oh, that's cool. Come on, chat, let's go. Also, just for the record, don't go anywhere after the stream, because we are going to be streaming on Lauren's, and we are going to be playing this game, Daddy Simulator. Yeah. I don't know how I feel about the title either. Closed. How am I gonna put my egg in the fridge? Yeah, did I say... Sorry, I said Lauren, I meant Rune. Sorry, my bad. I have multiple friends, chat. I want to buy flowers, but the store's closed. The door around back is unlocked, but I don't think I should go in. There's a door behind the flower shop, but there's flowers blocking the way. Chat, how do I get back there? Ah! How do I get back there? This egg doesn't belong in the fridge. Okay, where's this egg belong? I'm aimless. Wish I had someone to whip me into shape. The store? What store? Go to Sam's grocery store. Okay. Juicy's Diner. Icy's Pizza. Where's his diner, Sans? Hey, what's up? By the way, about my brother, looks like you won't be able to meet him today. Yeah, it's a bummer when things don't work out. Sorry about that. I'm sure you'll meet him someday. Maybe around when your brother comes home. Oof. Too soon. Hey, forget something? Why, yes, I think I left my eggs on the counter. Guess your memory's not what it's cracked up to be. Hee hee hee. There is really egg on my face now, is there not? You're excused. Now it sounds as if you are egging me on. Egg on, egg off. I expect a lot from you. Well, I am exceptional. These are great. And don't forget me, your egg husband. Hello, Asgore. Tori, I didn't expect to see you here, but I have some extra flowers, and I was wondering if... Oh, I was just about to go, actually. Ah, haha, oh sure. Home is where the heart is, so when Azrael comes home... Yes, we should all discuss that together soon. Okie dokie, say hi to Chris for me. Oh, of course. Have a nice day. You know what I want, Bone Man. Yep. Free pickles. Why, thank you. Can I ask, what kind of flowers do you think would make her remember how she felt before? Maybe you should talk to your plants about that. Haha, don't worry. They're the first ones I asked. They're such good listeners, you know. Flowers. Well, yeah, nothing like a captive audience. Yes, haha, I even keep them in glass. Like that movie. Yes, it's very similar to that movie. Oh, well, have a good one. Haha, I'm trying. Hey, Chris, never mind. Various frozen bagels and treats. Hey, Chris, wanna see if we can fit inside? If you just crouch down under the waffles, darn it, think someone's looking. Yep, I'm the sicko that looks at all the milks to find the best expiration date. You got something about it? That's funny. It's a pile of eggs. You put the egg into the egg pile. Did you just, reverse steal that egg? Seems like there's more eggs here than usual. Let's go. Sometimes the hoofed girl comes here, opens the freezer door, then stands in front of it, lost in thought. Guess she really likes the cold, or waffles. Eggs, chat! Alright. Now where do we go? Faintly, a trestle, growing further away. Let's head home. Whee! No? Do we go back? Are we missing something? No? No what? Oh, no to Sans? Oh, you're saying no, like, no, bye Sans. Talk to Onion? Who the fudge is Onion? What the fudge? The pizza sauce is boiling red, burbling, burning like my blood yearns for battle. Ha! I, the warrior, shall show it the wizard's fist. Okay. What the fudge? Me. Double ice pizza. Great. Ice Wolf. Big customer. Ice Wolf. Maybe only customer. Little buddy, you aren't gonna believe this. I've got a girlfriend. Azrael. You've got to tell Azrael right now. He's gonna be so proud of me. Huh? What's she look like? Little buddy, how do I put it? I don't actually know. I haven't met her in real life. But from the way she texts, gosh, little buddy, she must be stacked. What the fudge? That's right. We don't need to say any more. Go ahead and tell Azrael right now. Help me, chat. Alright, let's go this way. Is it still closed? Oh. I wanted to buy flowers, but the store is closed. The door around back's unlocked, but I don't think I should go in. There's a door behind the flower shop. Flowers blocking the way. Let me back there. Okay, let's head home. Chris, you're going home? Should we go home, chat? What do you think? Let's go home. We got other stuff to do. I still have to check out art. There, then guess it's goodbye for today. See you tomorrow, Chris. Chris, I was studying with your... Why, Chris, is that your friend? Why don't you invite her inside? Chris, I should, probably get going, and I was going to bake a pie, and did you want any? Guess I can come over for a bit. Aw, we have friends now, chat. Feel free to come in. Oh, excuse me. I'm Chris's mother, Toriel. Yes, ma'am. I remember. Oh, you do? And you are Susie, are you not? I've heard so many stories about how you bully my child endlessly for hours and hours every day. What an interesting thing to see you finally under my roof, where there are no witnesses. You remember my name too? Of course, Mrs. Alphys is a good friend of mine. She often talks about you. Glad to hear it. Chris, the hell is Alphys saying about me? Susie, why don't you wash your hands over there? Then we can make the pie together. My knife is in the kitchen, which I'll need to cut up the pie. Come and stand next to it with me. Make it together? But I don't know how to. Look, I'm creating my own headcanon, chat. Let me write it, okay? Do not worry, I can teach you. And maybe I can also teach you about respecting my child and not bullying them. Okay. Chris, Susie seems like a nice girl. I am very happy you are friends with her, but... Chris, I heard from Alphys about her behavior. If by any chance she influences you, leave the chalk alone, alright? Hands, washed. Wonderful. Now we can... Oh, Chris, how about you show Susie how to bake it? Chris? You know how to make pie? The hell haven't you made me any? Language? You pie-hoarding piece of... excuse me, ma'am. Susie, you can just call me Toriel, outside of school. Oh, okay, sweet. Huh, Chris? Oh, you need to wash your hands too? Then I suppose I shall teach Susie for now. Susie and I will start getting ready to make the pie. We will? Wait. Cheerio, the beloved living room chair. Trash can. Somehow its fluorescent has increased. Hey, what are those metal people shapes in the cupboard? Like, handcuffs for a little guy's whole body? Haha, those are for gingerbread, Susie. Gingerbread men and gingerbread monsters, of course. Gingerbread monsters, huh? Cool. Gingerbread sounds like something Noelle would like. Hmm? Noelle? Nothing. Oof, chat. Chris, this is not the time to sneak some chocolates. Chris, get me some at least. Let me out the window. I just want to play Fortnite. The bathroom sink. Will you run the tap? It started to run. It's making a lot of noise. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna go out and play Fortnite outside. Well, let us get the flour. So, that's this bag and you just... Oops. Hee. Susie, you have flour on your nose. I meant to do that. Thought you would stop to smell the flour, eh? Ha ha ha. Achoo. Come on. Now, on to the next part. So, where the heck is Chris? Oh, Chris does this sometimes. Well, they should hurry. I'm getting sleepy. Do you know what they call a sleeping Susie? Huh? What? They would call her a snoozy. Haha. Then I guess she'd be a Snoriel. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Snoriel. Snoozy and Snoriel. You really like that one, huh? Wasn't it funny? Alright, where the heck is Chris? Pie is nearly done. Oh, the sugar. Wait here a moment. I left it in the car. Okay. What? What? Your hands are clean. Hey Chris, hurry up next time. We're already almost done. So what's next? Oh, the pie. We already worked quite hard, have we not? How about we finish it later? Okay. Then, guess I'll walk home. Oh, no. There's no need to do that. Oh, actually, Susie, would you like to stay over? Huh? I mean, if it's okay then. Here, look at this. Our couch is used to being used as a bed. Oh, snap! Oh, snap! That's cold! It's not perfect, but we could all sleep out here. That sounds good to me, yeah? Splendid. I will make sure everything is in order. Just, cover your parents, will you not? Yeah, of course. So what the hell? A sleepover? Dang, I haven't had one of those in forever, huh?
Hey, Chris, it's not like someone has to tell you to sit, right? There, chill out for a sec. So now what? I got it. Maybe between the pillows here. There, knew I'd find the remote in there. You can always find good stuff wedged in the couch. Jeez, it's dusty. When did you last use this thing? Well, who cares? Let's watch TV. So what are we gonna marathon tonight? Blood Crushers 3? Hellbusters? Invasion of the Cat Petters? Huh, maybe Icy the movie's more your speed, huh, Chris? Ha 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 ha. Yeah, it's plugged in now, that's wild. Ha 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 heh. Been a good day, huh, Chris? You, Ralsei, Lancer, everyone. It's just cool hanging out together, right? That's why, you know, don't you think we should try to have them come to our world? Come on, think about how much better it would be. Ralsei could do our homework, Lancer could live under your bed. We could all walk to school together. It'd be perfect, you know? I mean, we'd be unstoppable is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's the attitude. Ugh, what if Ralsei became a teacher's pet, though? Or, not if, just feels like a matter of time, honestly. Well, whatever, as long as he brings me an apple, too. What? Apple shampoo? No, I didn't drink any of that. Well, whatever. Let's just get back to watching. So the festival is coming up, right? That thing where the town becomes a carnival? Stupid, right? But say you had to, take someone. Noelle or Ralsei? What do you think, chat? Should I say this? Friend Susie. Let's do it. Huh? Way to dodge the question, language. I mean, if I went, obviously you'd be there too. That goes without saying, right? Look, let's just go back to watching TV. Now this is what I'm talking about. A giant monster movie special. Always liked them better than the giant human movies. Now this is something we can marathon. Are you ready, Chris? For 12 hours of building, bashing, car crunching action? Because we are locked in, got it? I better not see you move until your eyes are bloodshot. Hehehe. Now let me just get comfortable here and... There. Susie's gonna fall asleep. There we go. Susie fell asleep. Aww. Officer? Officer? Thank goodness, I finally got through. I thought I saw someone prowling around outside. And when I checked our car, the tires looked like they'd been slashed. Officer, if you could please come over. You will? Oh, that's why Susie was invited to spend the night. Ah, oh, that's what a nice mother, not forcing your child's bully to walk home in the dark. I mean, obviously they're friends now, but... So wait, why did Chris slash his mom's tires? You will soon? Thank you. Why did Chris slash their mom's tires? We don't know. They're already asleep.
Oh. Oh. Wait for it. Wait for it. Something's happening. Oh. Oh. Where are the police? Okay, I'm thinking. Let me think about this. I think I have a theory for why Chris is acting this way. I think I know why they slashed their mom's tires. Oh, wait, what the fudge? What? What? Wait a minute. We're the night. Oh my gosh. Okay. Wow. Dang, that was wild, chat. Not gonna lie. Holy fudge. Not we, Chris. No, that's what I mean. Chris, the character we're playing, chat. Wow! Chris is the knight, not the player. Chat, you know what I meant? Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Whoo, boy. Oh my gosh. That was a great... I like this one a lot better. Chapter 2 was a lot better than Chapter 1. I mean, they were both good, but this is a lot better. I like the characters a lot more. It's definitely like... The game is definitely a metaphor. I can tell the meaning behind it. It's pretty cool. Birdly was hilarious. The jokes in this were hilarious. Birdly was the worst, most annoying character. I literally could not stand Birdly. But in like a very comedic, like funny way. So, that was awesome. Like, it was very funny. Like, Birdly was a great character. Oh, well, I see, like, it was just really funny, the whole thing. Oh, man. Let's go! You did awesome with Birdly's voice. Thank you, chat. Alright, let's go check out some art. I've just been here this whole time. Yippee! Art time, art time. Art time, art time. I don't want to miss the server restarting. That was very funny. Will you do the other route for Chapter 2? Do I essentially have to play through the entire game again? I wouldn't object to doing it. I think it could be fun. We'll set it specifically aside for a day. Hopefully you guys got your favorite route. No, you start after pairing up with Noelle. Yeah, no, I made the save, so it would probably be like another like yeah, we'll set a day aside for that, so don't worry. No, it's shorter, I think. That's what everybody says. I don't know if that's true. We'll pick a day for that, chat. We'll pick a day. All right, let's check out the art. Here we go. All right, we'll start here. And then we are gonna go play on Ruru's stream. What's the IP? munchiemc.com. All right, we got a dirt egg. Very cute. A ducky. There's the quackity face. Stampy bear. Very cute. God koala and a heart. Very awesome. Forgive me, chat. I'm not gonna linger too much on the art. We're just gonna kind of chug along. Someone didn't finish. Very cool. I don't know what that is, but it looks good. Oh, look at that shot. That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. This is great. Look at that. Oh, get it? That's really cool. The retexture, yeah. Roz as Noelle and bad as Ralsei. That's awesome. I like that a lot. Oh, we got a scene. Alien Riches, Skeppy, Palm, Dapper, a frog. This is very cute. I love it. Very nice. Oh my gosh, look at this. It's a little scene. Oh man. It's interesting, chat. I don't think I'll ever look at certain characters now and not get the references. I've been missing Deltarune's references my whole life, chat. Now I've got them. And oh man, I'm so excited. Chapter 3 is actually coming out soon, apparently, is what somebody told me. It's coming out this year. Oh my gosh, this is so cute. This is so flipping cute. I love how cute this is. Oh my goodness. Yeah, 3 and 4 are coming out this year. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's gonna be fun. It is very cute. I love this. Hair brown and skin of blue. A hood in place to cover scars on their face. A mouth sewn shut to keep them quiet. Wings razor sharp fingers, thin and barbed. A tattered dress and shoes worn. Her beauty is a fraction of the power she holds, for with her dust you see what she wants. Born of laughter, but not one, but two, she was created as a warning to you. Whom might I fear? Whose might I see? If anyone could be she, you will see her when you know a dash of pink among the blue. Small and fair, you'll know her by the flower in her hair. Ooh. This is a good poem. I love the ripped paper effect. That's awesome. That is very cool. I like this. That was wild. These are all really good, chat. You guys are cooking. Proud snail. Level apple. Gosh darn it, Chip. Chip took a level today. I was trying not to lose one. Dang it. Chip's only 1 apple tall, though. So I guess that's fair. That's so cute, though. I love this picture. Aw. Oh. Oh, this is really cool. Whoa. Yin and yang. 2 sides of the same coin. Chip is working hard, but also, what the muffin? What the muffin, chat? This is really cool. What the art? You did amazing. Holy muffin. Who did this, by the way? This was Halo. Switch Halo, I think. Very cool. That's a really good poem, by the way. Excellent work. Oh, it's me sleeping under a tree. I love that. Oh, look at how cool that looks. Chat, that looks awesome. These are all really good, by the way. You guys are cooking. Whoa. That is wild, actually. Holy muffin. Dang. There's something like crazy about that. Murmur, you did amazing. Oh my gosh, this is what a cool landscape. Gosh, it's when I see stuff like this, I realize like it inspires me to make something cool. Like seeing this in Minecraft, it's just so. This is nuts. You're getting way too good at this. Oh no. Yep, chat. It's Dream Daddy time. That's where we're gonna head. I'm gonna literally get a cup of coffee, raid Brewers, and send you guys off. These are all cute little pictures, by the way. Aw, muffin. Alright, are you guys ready for Dream Daddy? Help me, chat. I was conned into this, by the way. I was forced. I was forced into this. No matter what you see, chat, don't hold it against me. Okay, don't hold it against me. Okay, it's not my fault. It's not my fault. Is Ruis live yet? Alright, I'm gonna raid Ruis whenever we're ready. Hold on, let me check. Boom, here we go. All my years of clipping, all for this moment. Oh, fudge. Maybe we'll push it off for another day, chat. With what you're saying. Boop. Alright. I hope someone saves the VOD for it. I hope nobody does. That's actually crazy. Alright. Raid. Oh, I just typed it in chat. Anyway, chat. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me today and hanging out with me and Ruiz in a little bit. I'm going to go hang out with Ruiz and we're gonna have fun. We're gonna be playing the game Dream Daddy. It's a daddy simulator. So I have no idea what to expect, but oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Oh my gosh, help chat. Alright, I'll see you in a little bit. It's not a daddy simulator. I literally was told it was like a dad simulator or something. Oh, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee. I'm reading Ruiz. I'll see you there momentarily. Did the raid go through? Raid Ruiz live. Chat, there we go. There we go. It is running. All right. I'll see you later, chat. Okay, it's a dad dating simulator. I have no idea what it is. I just, from what I saw of the title, I'm gonna regret it. All right. See you there soon, chat. See you in a bit. Bye, chat. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Remember, you all smell, but I love you anyway. Bye. See ya.